Only that we get in this, the reason we get in this, Todd, is now we can run the zone, the three technique, and for sprint out purposes. But we really haven't got, this has kind of moved down. This was 2-lane. This is our third top formation, and now it's kind of moved down about right here for us. We're looking for full wide, and we'll use a tight end, use no back tight end. But we jump in every once in a while and all that. Now, this is called ram for us. We also will have ram bring the Y over here, and this is a lot of two-base formation. Tight end, one back slot, we call that ram over. So we'll jump in that for the passing game. Sometimes if you want to throw, just for instance, let me just give you kind of what we're thinking. Say you want to, we're all big. We can't throw the hitch, can't throw anything. Say you want to throw the hitch. The guy you want to throw to is your X. Most of the time, right? That's your best guy. Let's say they will line back over here, cover 3, and he's cheating out here and he's buzzing out where he can't throw the ball to your X. All right? Well, you can throw it to the field, but you have no flat defender to your X out. Well, you can go 4 wide and do it. And now that little linebacker has to hold for that hitch or buzz out, one of the two. Well, if you want to run the same, if you want to have a gap protection, easy protection, you tight end there, you still want to go to the X for cover 3, and then you just go over. Now you have your wire on the hitch, now you have a guy to hold the flat defender. So I mean, so we're looking, it's not so much having a big number of plays, it's creating the plays that you do have, creating a formation to allow that play to run. Like say, here's an example. We might run here, and this is kind of a theory. I think Ron will probably talk to you. We have no run in our offense. When you run to an open side, we have a guard and a tackle and no tight end. We have no runs that will run the 4 week. Can you explain that to y'all? Yeah. In other words, there's 2 defenders and a linebacker with a Mike and Will. If there's 4 guys weak, we will not run up weak. Period. We shouldn't. Sometimes we got stuck doing bad coaching. And it don't matter what formation. If you're an I backs, if you're in one back, no back, it don't matter. Any offense you're in, if you run to a 4-man side over here, you're dead. You're not going to. You just ain't got enough people, and you got enough people to block. You got 2 capping back. You had 3 to block 4. Now, say a team is just going to give you 4 weeks all the time, right? Because they want that will linebacker to be over for the next 4 weeks. Well, sometimes if you bring the ram or the guy over, right, and they don't move another linebacker over there, right, now you've got a way to block 4 weeks because you got an extra guy. You see what I mean? So an answer for us sometimes, if the guys are going to move us 4 weeks, and just keep us 4 weeks, and we want to run week, just bring the slot over. If they move 5 over here, then shoot, then you got all kinds of numbers running ahead. So I mean, there's kind of that's kind of the way we look at things in that regard. So that's what I'm talking about, numbers. Don't run anything with 4 weeks. If you got 4 weeks, we ain't running week. And we're a big weak side running team. But that one ran the line over. And we don't use it that much. Rip and Liz far. Are you all running that formation? Yep. All that is rip and Liz. And a rip and Liz baseline. In other words, the Y is -1, the Z is +5, and then we line up the fullback or our tailback out there, way out there far. He's a decoy. When he's out there, he has one job. Go deep. Run a guy off. If you want to get that booster boy in the game, line him up at F and tell him outside release, run deep. You can't always screw that up. Now we will put a wide out every once in a while out here, just to be a little tricky. But usually our fullback or our tailback. We call our one back our fullback. And most teams will put it, it's pretty simple. This is part of the theory. If they leave it, if you go far, they'll leave the corner out there. But if they leave the corner out there, it tells you you can zone coverage, right? If they put a linebacker, which our defense did on occasion, they take the right linebacker or the Sam linebacker and line him up out here. What do you tell them? What covers it? Man coverage. So I don't, it doesn't bother me, so if we wanna put our one back way out there far, and they take a linebacker line up out there, well, shit, you done tell me your man covers. And the whole theory is, if you know what they're in, any offensive coach, defensive coach will tell you, if you know what they're in, you blow them up. And that's part of the premise of being no huddle. If you can predict what they're going to be in, whether by formation or by tempo, every coach in America can call a good play. If I know what they're going to be in every time, you're going to call a good play. And that's the whole key about the tempo, about the formation. We're going to predict what they're in. So usually teams will do that. They won't put a linebacker out there. Plus, he ain't out there comfortable in space anyway. I bet you there's been times we threw it twice at Tulane. We thought last year. There's times this guy's wide open in that field, but we never looked there. Looked good. Well, that's far. Right. Another formation, especially for throwing the ball, that we like is the wing. Rip and lift wing. I'm using this. +5, -1, and then our back. 4 extra wide up right here on the wing. Need 1-1. This is one of the best passing formations that we have. Now, I first started doing this in Global, putting them in the wing. I first started putting him right there for sprint out. Try to get the edge. Right? You line him out here in the wing, a lot of times, instead of coming from the backfield to help on 80s and 90s, he comes from the wing and we sprint out. That's what I first did well. Now we do it when we line up out here on the wing, shoot the line those in the way out here. They know that they don't want to sprint out. And now we'd like to do it just to get a free release. Over there, over there, over there. Those kind of free routes. We'll go through those later. But the wing, for the wideouts, rip and liz, the wing is rip and liz. The wing is just referring to the back line in the wing position. And then we'll
always go strong side. Does he always go?
Always line up to the strong side. And how we call this, obviously, R words, and L words. For us, our Y and our Z. Our Y and our Z line up to the strong side, to the call side. So it's reel to the right, rip to the right, ram to the right. Our X always lines up away from the call. Our H is usually paired with the X, but he can, like in Rio Leo, he goes to the other side. He's the back guy. He's got to move. And then the back, I said, if it's a one-back set, right, the back is in the backfield. If there's no back, then the formation is out. Far tells me he lines up far. Wing tells me he lines in the wing. And open, he's out of the game. Okay, now open right, for us, these two formations, theory-wise, are basically the same. This is open. For the Y, I say line up and rip and liz, but they're both off the ball. And then be tight end. So that's open right and open left. Open right there. So all, if you look at it, it just looks like rip wing. The only advantage of that sometimes is you can have a tight end they put in, in our experience, that they forget about it. So you can get him snuck down in there. We can score on Georgia Tech on that, what we call a little up route. You got a 2 safety look, they both kicked off. Tight end, the quarterback step up, like trap, pop back, about 40 yards. But we can do that, we do that, we do that. And then we run a quarterback trap. Those are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, our 6 main ones. Again, we'll use random line over, probably would be the next one. But the formations, it seems, to me, is the easiest way you can do to look like you're multiple. And yet be very simple. So it don't change. All it does is affect these guys. And they can remember, the big thing is lining up as quick as you can and then line up with the right spacing. And a lot of them are the same, this is the same as this, and the same as this, and the same as this. So, this random line is the same as this. This is the only one that are different. So, a lot of And that's where you appear multiple. First thing everybody you play, first thing you do on Sunday or Monday, whenever the first team practice as well. The defensive coach was first thing you do with your guys. Formation recognition, cover down, right? Can't leave a guy uncovered. We got to line up in this formation, this is where you line, this is where you line up. Right? So the first thing is offensively, what we do is teach them open and cover. Because that's what you screw up. Now, if they spend 15 minutes, all right, and you just use a formation one time, see, you only use this twice a game. All right, they're still going to have to rep it on Monday or Sunday when they practice. That's why we progressed for the 12. I was probably using 4 or 5 formation, and now we're using a lot more just for shifts and giggles. We're going to make it spend some time. For us, it don't take 2 minutes to install unless we know it, they know it. That's the key to that. Now, on this one, you can use a 5th wide out as your back. Here, you can use a 5th wide out. We do not call personnel groups, and I appeased the guys at Tulane for a month or so, because they wanted a personnel group. The guys on silence of them, and after they figured out it was just a waste of time to confuse the kids, they realized, like, this is 4 wideouts is lightning personnel, 3 wideouts is tornado personnel or something. We don't need that. You really don't. All you need to know is kids need to know who's in the game, what formation. When you say open, tight end in the game, back's out of the game. If you say ram and line, the H is out of the game. Tight end, the back is in the game. So all I learned by that creates less confusion and allows you to go faster. And part of our theory on putting something in, as far as a run game or a passing game in, if it involves a lot of terminology and a lot of calls, we ain't going to put it in. It'll slow you down. Anything that slows us down, we want to use it. But the first thing we do is style formation. So like in the summer, whatever. Now, I think you there's 6. There's a couple others you might want to add. I would say maybe 8 formations come this season. Now we're a little different. We get short yard. We run something. We get this one toss speed one way. Whatever the best side is. If they got 5 over here, 4 over here, we're on the 4-man side. If they're 4 over here, 4 over here, we're on over here to the wide side. But that's and then we get in this heavy set. Jump in here real quick and run a top tackle and take it. That's just kind of a short yardage stuff. But your formations out from those right there, and then like here is what just drawing up right there. What formation is that? That's real, right? We put the back right here. Real wing. Another formation. All we do with this is sprint out. We run a little dark shuffle in underneath, which is a real good play. You run your
We run that.
quarterback draws.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we run the against Florida State. We ran the counter, or we blocked him on the end and ran the counter shuffle to him. And then open up the second half. We fake the counter shuffle, do the vertical to him. For us last year.
You changed that, we ran that, we got off that limb though. You used to take that, the inside guy's pin and you pin and send it to the flat.
Yeah, this kid?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's supposed to do that.
Okay.
He's supposed to pin and go out. He's getting hung up all the time.
We ran that guy's wide open there.
Yeah. We've been hitting this year.
Y'all watch it. Did that get
That
scored
seam right here. What happens in cover 3? 3, if you get a single safety look, anytime you come any kind of play action here, it holds the free safety, right? 3 deep corner has a curl. He's got to sit over top of the curl where you have the seam wide open. That's why this kid has to stay wide. Play action holds in. It's the same old theory. And I'm going to jump over here. And I'm not going to salt you off and tell us, but this has been true since the very first year. 1991, when I first started doing this spread stuff. And we sat down. I don't remember who it was to sit down with. We studied tape. And this is really, it comes back, whenever I try to get ahead of myself a little bit, call-wise or offense-wise, or doing too much stuff, I come back to the base theory of throwing the ball or run the ball and for spread offense. All right? If you're a 3-deep team, and there's a lot of jump defenses out there, but it still is going to come like zone blitz and all that stuff. Still, zone blitz is playing cover 3, zone blitz. Or you play, our defense is playing cover 4 zone blitz. Or you're playing man free. You still got to come down to the same areas. But anyway, if you go 3D, all right, they put 4 man, they don't have, sometimes they 3-man rush. And this is the way, basically the way I tell our quarterbacks too. And it takes a little while to understand that, but after they keep me thinking about it, it's so simple, it's ridiculous. Go 3D. All right, if you're going to throw the ball, where do you want to throw the ball? All right, you're going to throw the ball in the flats. And where else? There's 3 areas.
Or work without a seam.
Right, the seams, right here. And the last area is in directly middle pit. That would be the very last. So if you're going to throw the ball in 3D, that's the routes. You want to have routes of people going in those areas. Right? So you throw hitches, you throw hooks, you throw hitches, hooks, you throw seams, you throw curl flats. Now there's 2 ways to do it. You want to either throw it to where they ain't, right, where they ain't out here in the flat, or throw it to where they got to run the cover. In other words, they got to run the cover of the flat, they got to run the cover of the seam. So that's kind of the simple theory in the passing. Now, if they're a 2-deep team, and that's starting to come back a little bit. The team playing more hard cover 2, say Sam, Will, Michael. If you're a 2-deep team, where do you want to throw it? Middle field, deep, outside third, and then inside hooks. There's where you're going to throw them 2-deep. You want to run, throw, or call routes that go into those areas.
You go on slant out of it too, right?
Yeah, slants and 2-deep. It gets 2-deep, the quick game, that's the route to throw. It's a slant. A true hard, 2-deep. And the corners are squat. Or they could be a read corner. You know, the read, they play that 2 flow, they flow from read number 1. All right? Now for us, all right, we're more comfortable throwing it on the perimeter and run. If the perimeter's open, 3-deep, cover 4, we'd rather throw it out there. If it's 2-deep and the pin is open, we'd rather run it. And the biggest reason why we think our theory is that. All right? Well, we'd rather throw it out here and then run it in here. It's safe.
Yeah.
Especially with a short quarterback. If I've got a 5'10" quarterback or less, and I want to throw it in the pin, I can't see. I get a shotgun, I can still see better, but I still can't see as well because I got tall guys in front of me. Now, if I'm a 5'10" guy, I can see out here and I can see out there. So as a quarterback, if you want, what's the first thing he'll tell you when he throws a pick? You jump on his ass, he comes back. What's he gonna tell you? I ain't seen him. No shit. I hope he wouldn't do that on purpose, right? But that's what they're gonna tell you. I ain't seen him. Well, a lot of times it's true. Right now, I'm teaching our quarterbacks 5'10". When he drops back, and we have something in the pocket, a drop back pass, whatever. When he drops back, he'd step up. If he didn't see, he just took off. Instead of just moving his head 3 or 4 inches one way to create vision, he didn't know how to do that. So he's kind of learning that you ain't got to panic when you don't see. You just got to move your head a little bit. But irregardless, we throw the ball in the perimeter and run the ball in the pit because it's safer. Less turnovers, better vision for the quarterback. Now, if the team is a 4-deep team, in other words, they got the safeties on the hash, and they have corners that they're all the same level, 4 cross, corner, safety, corner. We treat that basically as a mixture of 2. We get the flat throw, and we can run it in the pit. So we treat cover 4 as the same as cover 3 as far as where we want to throw the ball out on the perimeter. If you play cover 4, we're going to throw the hitches and hooks, throw flats to death on it out there. And when you come back down, well, that's why you don't need. We have, and I've got a copy of it. You might already have a copy of some of the route packages style. We have about 27 route packages. We don't use a passing tree. we're a 9-cut, 6 route, we do like y'all do. A route package tells everybody what to do, you just gotta memorize it. You don't need 27, you probably, before I leave, we'll break it down to ones if I was to start an offense today, which ones I'd use, and probably cuts it down to about 12 to 13, including the quick game. All you gotta have in your route package, on your list is something that's good against 3D, 2 ones that are good against 3D, 2 of them good against 2D, 2 or 3 against 4D, 2 or 3 that are good against man coverage, and then 1 that's a catch-all. For that, you know. And then you just execute your hell out of it, and you run it out of different formations. In other words, you run it out of Rio, you run it out of rib, you run it out of far, you run it out of wing, you run it out of open. So there's that's where you can, you know, appear, boy, you guys are doing a lot of shit. No, we're just doing a lot of different formations, a lot of window dressing. But the first thing you do is teach them. We teach it as far as quarterbacks go, is the formations, all right, and then you know how can they line up, like I showed you before. All right? Rio and Leo, or Rip and Liz, you know, and that's the same thing we taught as quarterback. If it's Rip and Liz and they say cover 3 team, how do they line up? It don't matter who they are in America, they're going to line up like this. You just put X. They're going to line up 6 in a box like that, cover 3. If you run this formation, they're the same cover 3 team you run in Rio, what are they going to do? Slide. They're going to leave them there, they're going to slide over. Slide them over, up, X and 1-on-1, right? Always look for X 1-on-1, and always look for uncovered. First thing you look for, X 1-on-1, uncovered. X 1-on-1, uncovered. All right, if we're the same thing, we're Rip and Liz, I guess that's kind of the formation everything's based off of first. And you go no back, far. What do you look for? Uncovered. And they keep 6 in the box. You can't keep 6 in the box and no back unless it's cover 0, right? As long as we're safety deep, all right, we got somebody uncovered or we got numbers. Something. Right? So we slide them all out. Play cover 3, you're still in good shape on the flat now. We got 5 in the box. See, the misnomer about us, well, about really any team that runs the ball run back, when we're in a no, everybody else is no back, they call no back, it's really a 1 back. Is that 1 back has to be a quarterback. When we're in a 1 back set, for us, that's really a 2 back. Just that one of those 2 backs has to be a quarterback. That's part of it. Thinking about that. All right? And then as far as teaching, as we put them in there, I'm jumping around here, we're call-wise, play call-wise, as long as you have a free safety in the deep middle field, you've got everybody blocked, and you're going to have everybody blocked, and you got numbers to run as well. So we tell the quarterback, if there's a free safety in the middle field, all right, we don't have to worry about, getting outnumbered. Now what happens is our defense would give us 2 safeties deep, and then zone blitz, really engage, play like cover 0. As long as they get a safety deep, you got numbers to run. If you got 2 safeties deep, now you're really outnumbered them in the run game, but you obviously not going to have anybody covered free with protection. If there's no safety deep, in other words, we call that from about 8 yards in. If the safeties are 8 yards or closer, if it's 9 yards, you go with the play around 9. If they're 8 yards or closer, you count as cover 0. We're going to go it 100% of the time. Unless, fourth quarter, you have a 30% lead, you might have it. So that's what the first thing you look for as a coach is the depth of safety. First thing quarterback is the depth of safety. But again, I think Todd, I think y'all do the same thing. We don't put any pressure on him initially to make any of the checks, any of the audibles, and all that kind of stuff. Y'all invest too much time watching film and all that. I know my mortgage payment, my $2,000 mortgage payment, I ain't put it on that 18-year-old, 19-year-old kid. Hell, that he was watching cartoons last night. watching film, so, you know, before he snaps the ball, he's not sure, he looks at the sidelines, we give him all the checks. Most of the time, he looks over, he gets this signal. That's just stay in the original play. You're okay. But sometimes it's a Xerox call, which changes the play from one side to another. Sometimes we tap them, sometimes we give a slant, and all that. But we don't put any pressure on. But what I want them to do, when they know something's wrong, I want them to know that as well. And eventually they get to that. You know, they get to it over there. So those are the formations that we kind of go through. Base ones, then you do whatever with that. Any questions on that? That's the first thing. So I would do in the summer. And you have a formation like a Rip and Liz. How you doing that? Signal? Rio and Leo?
Yeah, we do real Leo and we'll rip Liz.
Rip and Liz?
Okay.
Like they would have a 5-minute, we used to do this free practice. And just wide outs, quarterbacks, running backs, just line up in formation. Rip, they hurry up line. And everybody, you might have all, even the JV and the freshmen, they can all do it, they might have 5 exits standing there. You call Rip, they all run over there. So what? Everybody lines up. As soon as you get lined up, you give another formation, Leo. And just line up as quick as they can, without even putting any play call at all. Just line up in formation. It only takes about 10 minutes, you can run through all your formations. But the key is to do it on the left hash, and go over to the right hash, and then they were, because part of the game is in the middle of the field, move the ball to the middle. And have them recognize where the ball is at in relation to the hash. Okay, now, the ball is in the middle of the field. Now, I did tell you wrong here on the X always fire. If the ball is in the middle of the field, it does change your alignment. We said rip. The ball in the middle of the field, both wide outs on the bottom of the numbers. That's X. That's the bottom of the numbers. And he slots with the difference.
Says wide as he'll ever go.
What's that?
Bottom of the numbers is as wide as he'll ever go.
Yeah. Except, well, I say that, if we sprint out, if we're in the middle of the field, we don't sprint out as much because you have less room, but if we're in the middle of the field and we sprint out, then we put the Z 5 yards to the sideline. We never sprint to the X. We always sprint to the strong side. So then if we do sprint out, then we put it in the 5 yards to the sideline. Now, if we're in Rio, ball's in the middle of the field, he's still at the bottom of the numbers, the X is. Now the Z lines up 5 yards from the sideline. Okay. The Y runs 5 yards from the sideline. Each puts the
5 yards is as wide as one.
yeah. Now we'll let the back line up 3 to 4 yards from the sideline, not far, because he just a decoy. So, but that's, you spend 5, 10 minutes at most, line up, you draw your 7, 8, 9 formation, call formation, you line up so they get line move. Move the ball. Not always stay on the hash. We can take your manager and have him spot the ball here, call it formation, and do it. So formation, that's just what it does. Now, everything for us, the passing game, first thing we put in is we can't do anything, we can't do the quick game. And the quick game for us involves these routes. Quick screen, which you call radar novel. Our hitches, slant, our bow, our spinning, which we're getting better from that. And then off of that, tap, which I think y'all call the same thing, conversion. Hitch to fade. We don't do anything that's converted on the run. Everything's converted pre-snap. The reason being, it's good to have, and I used to do it like everybody else in America. If we had a hitch call in that corner squat, either cover 2 or press man, and then he automatically convert it to a fade. Well, then you get these people that play press, fail. And now you got your quarterback thinking one thing, your wideout thinking another thing, you're caught between shit and sweat. I'd rather all be on the same page. And if we got press man all the way across the board, I can't tell you how many times the press man across the board, we've kept the hitch on and hit it. If your timing is right and the route and the wideout runs the right route, you can still do it. If it is pressed too deep, I should say, if it's hard corner cover too deep, and we think the corner's staying hard, and the reason that we tell this, I'll just tell you how I'm thinking. Usually, I don't have a nickel back. If the safeties are 13 to 14 yards or deeper, and the corners are tighter 5 to 6 yards, it's some kind of cover two. It's either hard cover two or a float two, right? But usually some kind of too deep look. If these safeties are about 10 yards, and the corners are about 6, 7, 8 yards, or close to that same level, it's usually some kind of cover four. That's what it says, depth of safeties. Right? Because if this corner is going to swap on a hitch, right, that means this safety's got to be responsible for a few, half the field. You played safety, I played safety in college. If my ass had a whole half the field, I would line up deep. Especially the further they spread me out. What's the number one rule for the safety in 2D? Deep is the deepest, right? Same way as a corner. If I'm a corner in 3D, what's my number one job? Deep is the deepest, wide is the widest. My ass better get back. I'm going to get fired, and everybody's going to know who I am if I get run by in 3D or 2D. So usually if it's a too deep, these safeties, now, sometimes they got no confidence, they'll line up 13 yards, 14 yards, cover four. Most of the time, they're deeper, they're tighter, right? It tells you the corner squat. If the corner squat, we call it hitches. We saw the corner 4 to 5 safety deep. Well, pre-snap, we'll give them slants. Right? So slant's a great route against 2 deep. Why is a slant a good route against 2 deep?
Will linebacker make a decision?
Right. And what's going on with 2 deep? I'll just show you, because you run a sprint, you'll know this. 2 deep. Count those 2 out of the run game. Count those 2 out of the run game. Those 4 are non-factors in the run game. You run the ball in a pit. You got a Mike linebacker, you got Sam or Nickel. Easy for us to live in that split. They more probably 99 times out of 100. That Will and that Nickel or that Sam linebacker are going to be lined up where? Inside. Why? If their ass gets outside of theirs, golly, all you do is stand in front of them. You're going to run forever. So they're more often in here in that gray area, aren't they? They're in that gray area playing in and out of the box, kind of half in the box, half out of the box. But now when you run a slant, right, especially when you push 3 steps to go in, they got to stay inside the guy. That's why this area is open for slant. Here. So that's just kind of why we know 2 deep. We know it's a hard corner shoot. We throw the slant all day or run it. But if we want to throw, quick game, we think we can throw the quick game against ever. That's why that's the most important thing you can do. I don't care if your quarterback can't throw 40 yards. All right? The most important thing you do is be able to throw the quick game because you can call it against everything, every defensive number man. Even if they drop 10, you can still throw the quick game. The quarterback finds the right guy. All right? So that's the first thing you do, we do obviously every day, we practice all the back we work on. Take the throw out of the gun. Now speaking of everything out of the gun, that's radar lava. You get more often than not. For us, it's more of a check as opposed to original call. And, this year against, if you played a team that is a true 2D, 4D team, a zone team that doesn't play man, whatever, you can go no back. We call this the empty formation. That probably would be the next formation we put in. Where that's the X, that's the F, that's the Y, that's the H, that's the C. We call that empty. This was big for us at Glenville because of we had some pretty good pass catchers here. We'll call this as the original call, radar lava, and it goes to block. And it goes to either slot. They got uncovered, we go to the most uncovered. Wake Forest, we ran it 13 times. We had 20-some other times we didn't run. We should have. This way, that got coached. So that, if we run it out of Leo, as a original call, we call originally call because they're just leaving this guy covered with a plain soft band or soft covers, then we usually P-fig with a vac. And he's going to catch and throw. All right, so we would call our signal, radar, P. Here's our signal, so we did radar to this. So say radar P, tells it back to P-fig. Quarterback doesn't do any faking at all. The back just catches the ball, the back just crosses the top. The only thing we tell, just a little coaching point, we tell the quarterback, if the snap happens to give right here, and he gets the thread on the snap, now we tell him to keep the ball low as he's bringing it up, as opposed to the ball. If he's got to work the threads, you just get the most important thing, you just catch it, get the threads and throw. But if he gets the perfect snap, places it right there, then he can go ahead and keep the ball low for just a second and then throw. Kind of helps guide the ball. Just catch and throw. All right, White House block man on. That's it. Now, if it is man coverage for the H on radar and lava, nickel back, whatever, and we push him, all right, 3 steps, and then we'll crack with the guy on top of the line. Like if we were playing a loose man team, you could run to either side. Rip the lids. This way you have a chance to get a really big play. If you play a team that's going to play a lot of loose man, we'll push and crack. Hopefully, figuring on man, he's going to take his guy with him and take him out. But when in doubt, he blocks the man on. And that's a rule as a White House. Who's coaching the White House? You coaching the White House? Has a rule on every run play. I know it's different. Every run play, man on, you block the man on. If it's man, you run him off. Whether you're front side or back side. Now, how do we determine man or zone? Because our guys still screw it up half the time. Right? When you run down the field, where's his eyes at? You run at it, his eyes stay on you. Right? It's man. Run him off. As soon as he picks back, you got to treat that as zone, and you got to block him off. So it really ties into what we're doing with Rayo Lava. Now, because we're in Rio Leo more often than the run game, one little play we like to use, especially in man coverage, is radar or lavas to the left, to the F. If we tag F to it, we would say this is the left signal for lava. F then goes to the fullback. He goes 1, 2, 3, and catches the goes in. And then the X push back on him. Now you got a chance to replay. So if we play the man team, especially a loose man team, or a press man, we crack right there in the wheel, just go right there to the F. We'll run the same thing out of grab a line, but tight end. Radar F. All the back does is here. Right? 1, 2, 3, looks for the ball. He's going as fast as he can. Whoever else will catch and go. Blocks man on, if it's man, he cracks. You can amazed how many times you can get him out flanked. Like right here. Don't say block man on, even if it's zone. Maybe he's got to run it down. Make the plays long in the field. That's kind of like our version of top speed. That's very simple. For the lineman, I don't know, did Ron talk about the way he blocks this? For radar lineman,
He talked about that one.
this is the easiest way to do it, because you can get it all technical. The easiest way to teach it, radar lineman. Either 5 in a box or 6 in a box, it don't matter. It's usually going to be an extra guy in the box. Whatever. If you got a man on you, go reach his outside the top hat and cut it. And you got it on it, you can cut him like it. Go reach. Don't matter whether it's radar or lava for line. It's all the same. Call radar the same lava to him. Right? It kind of lets him know, like lava, he would know. The easiest way is cut outside. If there's a guy on you, touching you, you cut it outside that pin, make it release inside. Regardless where the ball. If you're uncovered, you go down second level and cut. Now, if it was radar, he would want to reach this way. If it was lava, the uncovered guy would want to reach that way. That's why it is called radar lava. If it was live front, he called radar, they want to reach this way. We call lava, they want to reach that way. Cut them off. Just tell them where the ball is going. Radar, the ball is going outside to the right, so make them lose you to the left. But the tackles, especially, it's important on the tackles that they always reach the outside, because we might call radar out of an empty set, and the quarterback winds up going to the left. You see what I mean? Because he's more uncovered than that guy is, and they do the same thing. So radar lava, the quarterback can go either way. So usually you call it the most open guy.
But as a base rule, you like to throw to the trip side.
Yeah. And the biggest reason being, there's more grass out there because who you got playing there. That's your best open field now.
Get a little more space on the inside.
We have personnel the same way. We call him R, and he's.
Your R's, you're going to be your open field juker.
Yeah.
You're actually going to be your top wide out. That's radar lava, and there'll be some times, I was telling Tom on the web, more often than not with that, especially, is we'll have a run play call, like say we'll have a, let me see what I shouldn't up, we'll watch it later on today, see we're running. This spring, we got, our defense gives us all kinds of stuff, I mean, they're just going nuts with us. They always have been twisting and blitzing and all that stuff, but they always had these guys on the line of scrimmage, and they had a hand, nose. And they do twists and all that kind of stuff. But you got those guys in the gray area, and you don't know whether they're coming or not. You know, they're dicking them. They're bringing him and dropping them, and they bring all 6, 3 steps, and then engage and do all that kind of crazy stuff. Well, we have a trap play call. All right. Well, instead of checking the radar lava, because he is uncovered, but these guys are fast enough to line up here and then buzz out there and make a play. So
I think that's pretty good on it.
yeah, they got kids that can run. Well, instead of checking it and then wind up being stuck, all right, he don't say anything to the old line. He gives a wide out to this signal, so they do that. All right. Now, if it happens, if these guys all go to tell the quarterback, I said, when the ball snapped in the shotgun, if they brought them dudes, pitch and catch, don't hand it off. Those guys go ahead and run the track play, it don't matter. Just catch the ball, throw it out. Side adjust. If they didn't bring them, all right, then hand the ball off, so you're okay. You see what I mean? So that, we don't have any side adjustments on the pass play. If we call route, they run the route. Now, we'll have side adjustments on a run. And our side adjustment on a run, most of the time, is radar lock. So now you can't get dick. You know, if you call a run play and they screw with you, all right, most of the time when we're going to this, it's a read for quarterback. They brought the guy late, they disguised brought the guy late, I'm just going to pitch and throw it out there to him. You're okay to throw it out there, even if they're downfield because of the ball being behind line of scrimmage.
But it's predetermined you can do a play fake, it's a P fake.
Yeah.
Where you don't do it.
Yeah, if we want to call it as original play call, we'll call radar feed or lock feed. And all the wideouts do, and I've gone both couple ways with it. Some people bubble, try to throw it on a full speed sprint. All right, some people kind of stand still, catching a stationary target. We kind of walk about half speed away from the width like this, find the wide ball come from there. I kind of just turn about 3/4 way, you give them a bigger target, and just shuffle for width, all right, to catch the ball. All right, the really biggest reason being is so we can complete it. This bubble is probably better, especially if he's cover 3, but it's harder to throw and catch. Now, Marshall, he was Pennington and checked to it, and he threw that sucker on a full speed run. But that sucker had to be accurate, it had to be on time, and it would be on time and pressure. You know, and the same thing with anything else. If you don't complete it, most of the time you ain't want to call it. If you don't want to call it, you might as well not have to play. So the completion of it, and all this is important, but especially this, you got to be able to complete it. To have enough confidence to have it as a side adjustment, to have enough confidence to run it. And if you don't run a spread offense, you know, obviously that's one of
Because
those.
we ran that last year, completed 98% of the time for a 12-yard average.
you're in good shape then. Did you have a shuffle with it?
No, we wouldn't.
No, because we were lined up about 2.5 yards deep, like I was telling you, and it was control, they were under control, but they were working towards the line scrimmage and gaining width right now. But, you know, they weren't just taking off full speed, they're under control, squaring the shoulder.
And all we do is, just so we can complete it, and especially the quarterbacks don't, they got decent arms, they're not real accurate, it's just, they get with it. And we turn 3/4 sideline and give them a bigger target.
We're turning the same way, we're just not shuffling, but we're under control, but it just helped us outrun that guy inside. We'd throw it out there, and they'd be able to go linebacker, you know, 2 yards inside of him, and we had a guy who really run.
In cover 3, that's the best way to do it. The corner bails out, strong safety's there, and the guy you were throwing off uncovered is there. Marshall actually has these guys sprint like that, and then turn and wait on the DB, and then they bubble there. Sometimes you get it uncovered. Again, you might have probably block better than ours. Them suckers don't, I don't want to count on them guys holding blocks real long. Sometimes you get uncovered with a corner squat, safety right there, and then you got one guy playing between two, nickelback, and the next guy's here near a box. So we don't want him running over to this hard corner. That's a hard block for that Z to hold. We just block it here, we'd rather have him catch it than go right through there. That corner, if that's a true 2D corner, his ass better be outside leverage, and he better keep everything inside of him. So that wide out, you ain't gonna get outside of him, you wind up running the hole. So that's when we kind of tell the wide out, is you kind of shuffle, you kind of see where the hole is gonna be, and then just try to get it up.
We did a lot of play action off of it too, you know, like you did a
All that P fake will hold it. As original, anytime we originally call it, if there's a back and back with it, it's a P fake, but that's the, so that's radar lob, and with, you know, quarterback, big keys to catch and throw, get the laces. We tell them, put a foot in front of the numbers, don't slow them down, put a foot in front of the numbers, let go. And then the run game, you know, a lot of times we have a run play called, we got a guy sticking around or a guy in cover, he'll just give it to a wideout and not give it to anybody else.
You ever change that signal?
Well, we do it this and this. And then this spring, sometimes he would do this. I was saying. But, usually not a big deal. But see, a lot of times, sometimes in a run, they'll give him this and not throw it out there to him because they didn't bring the guys. You know what I mean? So, sometimes they'll give it. All you got to do is have a dummy signal, or have create a dummy. It's like a hitch. We call hitches. We want to convert it, we tap the head. Right? Everybody knows when they tap the head, oh, they converted. What if his hand's off? What if it's a run play? You know what I mean? So they just tell your quarterback to give a dummy signal. Once you screw them up one time, then they quit looking at you. But that's radar.
You've been using the same signal for how long?
10 years now. Right. The number one route, throw, when they all routes in football, and you only catch one, get a hitch. You throw any formation out there. But, for us, the hitch is a 5-step hitch. We teach you 3 and 2. In other words, 3 big, 2 gathered. You got to have gathered steps at the end of your route so you can plan to come back. So it's 1, and our inside foot's always up, that we all have. Inside foot's always up, so if I'm X falls in there, inside foot 1, 2, 3, and attack is outside shoulder, 4, 5. When I get to 5, I throw my inside elbow and my head back. And the big key for me is throwing the inside elbow back. And our X and our Z are outside receivers. I always attack the outside shoulder of the corner, whether it's zone or man. They attack the outside shoulder of the corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Turn back and go. Stationary target. I'd rather throw that than that because it's an easier pitch and catch, right? Sounds like clinic talk, but when you grow up throwing the ball, with your dad or your brother, whatever, you ain't out there running out routes and flag routes. Your ass is standing still. My boy's 2 years old. He's old enough to throw. I ain't running no flag routes. I'll stand there and pitch and kick. Stationary target so you can complete it. All right? So if we call hitch, everybody runs a hitch.
What's the depth of that usually, Coach Rain?
You want to get 4 to 5 yards.
4 or 5.
4 at least. You want to get 5. The taller guy ought to get 5. I was thinking 5 steps. Some of our guys, and these guys are off the ball, so they'll get about 4. And if it's man coverage, the slots attack the outside shoulder. If it's zone coverage, they go directly over the line. Wherever they're lined up, they go directly. I I don't know if it's man or zone, where's his eyes at on the snap?
You ever have a problem with that, you know, like over here, you know, with it being in the.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you,
Like I
yeah,
covered in
that's,
that.
and that was a problem, we started about 2-3 years ago, so now, this is always an exception to the rule. If we're in Rick and Liz, alright, he goes 3 steps, he goes 5.
Okay.
And we did it because we started throwing him more often. Because when you have the hitch, or quarterback's rules, where you throw a hitch or a hook, and most of the time, any of the routes, because of Mosby, softest cover, shortest throw. And wherever softest coverage is, that's where you want to throw the ball. If the coverage is equally soft, take your shortest throw. Shortest throw is usually the who? Your X.
And you only do that on the strong side, right? You only do, because the X is wider.
Yeah. So he's 5 steps, he's 5 steps, and for Rick and Liz, he goes 3.
Right.
And it's 1, 2, 3. 2 big, 1 gap. I hope they get them off the same level. Quarterback, you're going to catch and throw. Pitch and catch, you got to get it off in less than 1.5. Get the laces and throw. Cover the double play. That's what we use now. You do that throw with the ball.
Yeah, that's what we
Pitch and
do.
catch. Yeah. Catch and throw.
We do a lot, we've been doing a whole bunch of it because we're, you know, they're not used to it, and we're good at it
Yeah.
right now, because, you know, they're used to taking.
That's the hardest thing, the hardest 2 things that the quarterbacks have to learn when they're not accustomed to the shotgun is to catch and throw and get rid of 1, 5 or less, you know, and then throwing it on the run without pitter-pattering your feet. We sprint out, we don't gather our feet to throw. We're throwing off our back foot, off our front foot, whatever step that is, that's what I got to throw it off of. That's the most difficult part of that. But that's a hitch. If they pressure, we keep the hitch on. If we want to convert it, we just tap it. Sometimes we tap the side of the head, all right? If we tap, this is where our main base rule is, if we tap the top of the head, it's the outside guys. If we tap the side of the head, it's the inside guys, convert it to vert. The only time we ever tap a slot is cover 0, no safeties. And when we tap it, we only tap one of them. We see very little cover 0. The bowl game, we saw more of them. But if you say you're a press man across the board, and they're just bringing everybody, then we'll tap a slot, and it's probably going to be who? Probably going to be the Y. And now instead of running a 5-step hitch, you'll run 3 steps right at it, and cross the space, go to the middle field. Quarterback will catch it. Instead of catch and throw, he'll catch, squeeze the thread, and then give it a little bit of air and throw it away from that defender and throw the ball over here. And the glove with George, see, when they press 10, they do. But we don't ever convert them or him unless it's 0. 0 cover. The only time we ever convert an H, all right, is if he was pressed and he was loose. And, well, then we'll go ahead and take our chance with the H. But usually the guy you get tapped, we tap is X and Z, and it's usually our X. And if we tap him, all right, then it becomes a fade. And we've changed, like for him, we will have a game. Sometimes this is a tap, sometimes this is a tap, sometimes this is a tap from here. Sometimes we just yell tap to him. You'd be amazed how many times you can just yell it right. I mean, especially with a guy, I had a couple guys that were props. You know, they don't know what to do. I'm standing outside, I tell them what to do. Run a curl, run a post, run a hitch. You can shit there. Just tell them. I like it.
We've done that too.
Yeah, you're not a cheat. Let it go. And of course, like Shirley is just sitting down. No, I'm telling you what to do.
If you, so you're saying you tap, if you tap your left side, it's all next. It's not like
No, he got to do it with both hands. I want to tap X, it's up here. If I want to tap Z, it's right here. And he'll get it from the sidelines. But that's how we will convert it. We will convert it from the sideline. Now our aiming point, what is important, because I don't know if y'all have the same problem. We have the same problem. It seems like we always have a C start off with 2 days with it. Running it out of bounds, throwing out of bounds. So that's where we put that.
I can't lie, we don't do that.
An orange line, 3 yards from the sidelines. That's the quarterback's gray area right there when he makes a bad throw. So if he beats, if he gets pressed, because they're going to press you to the sideline to do it. If he attacks the man, gets on top of him, that's the key on wideouts. Get on top of him, step on his toes, get around, because he has to outside release. And if he presses the outside the orange line, you got to lean back in. And then we tell the quarterback to drop the ball in the bucket on the orange line. Catch and throw, and drop it over, get a lot of air, kind of not a lot of air, kind of like an inverted clothesline. Drop it on the orange line. Get a chance to make the play. That's all out of bounds. Ain't nothing to shot more than have a guy run right by a guy, quarterback throw this far out of bounds. That's still out of bounds. I'll be 30 yards out of bounds, be this far out of bounds. When you tap it, you have a little more room to field, but again, our Z's not as good as our X. When you tap the Z, I mean, he's got about 8, 9 yards over there. It's kind of easy to throw to. When we get a Z as good as our X, then we'll really do something. We throw it to our X 9 times out of 10. We're ready to throw it to our Z. Now, this is all quick game protection. Yeah, I think Ron went through that with y'all, right?
Yeah, we got all that.
That's either going to be gap, it's either going to be 5-man protection or gap protection. If there's no back, it's got to be man. If there's a tight end in the game, as a general rule, if there's a tight end in the game, it's all gap. If there's just a one back, it'll be either or. And we either gap it, line goes one way, and the back goes the other, or man it. When we man it, we use a P-fake with it, because he's not involved. When we call man, it's 5-man. In a quick game. It's a set, cut. It really kind of depends on, it depends on two things. One, how they play it. They do a lot of inside twists, inside stunts, or the gap to the back. If they give you a 3-man rush or kind of a base defense, I'd man it. Then you can use your back for P fake or do whatever. All right, also depends on personnel. You got a bunch of short, fat, dumpy guys, yeah, it's better gap. I had a guy that, one year was 2 inches from a complete circle. 61 inches tall, 59 inches wide. And he looked like this. He looked like put 3 holes on him, his ass was a bowling ball. So his time he was in the game, he was gapping. And it did run right around him. But that's kind of the quick game. But it's all for the quarterback. It's a catch and throw. Or, as you'll see on the snap, we teach them catch, squeeze the trigger, which is squeeze the thread and throw. All right, the next round we put in is slam.
Coach, real quick on the pitch.
Yeah.
You get those guys 5 yards from the side, or your X 5 yards from the side.
Yeah.
What do you teach once he pitches the ball? Turn it out or turn it back in? They've always heard turn back out, but never seen somebody that close to the sideline. So.
Yeah, we turn out.
Still turn out.
We gotta catch the ball and turn. It really depends. If the corner was a man coverage, obviously it's easy to turn out because you're even inside. If the corner was 3 deep, we figure the guy most likely to make the plays come from the inside. We turn around away from him. And, now the slots are different. Slots is catching go north and south, and then we use that analogy especially with running backs, the open field. We're talking about anytime a guy's got the ball in the open field, we tell him run north and south as fast as you can, and then react to the danger of being tackled. Every time you see these guys make moves in the air, I'm waiting for you 4 yards, I'm making a move. Back down here, he's 4 yards in front of safety, they make a move. There ain't no danger until you get up on top of them. A lot of times, if you just run, you can split a seam. So when our running backs, we're a quarterback, whatever, we tell them run north and south as fast as you can and react to danger of being tackled. There ain't no danger if you run north and south. That way the kids get their vertical. We got this old one wide out to 5-140. The kid's 4 yards after catching him because he knows he ain't making nobody miss. He's going to catch it, get north and south. They got even those kids that think they got loose have a tendency to do that more than the ones that know their ability. Catch it, get up the field. I think the key is, especially, and our kids have done a better job of that over the last few years, is attacking the outside shoulder.
You know, just about everything.
All the time for the X and Z. But if it's a 3D corner, you attack his outside shoulder, what's he going to do? He's going to wide. It's going to give you more room. A key out of Rick and Liz on the H's, he's normally about 4 yards. Sometimes we've had to even cheat about 3 yards from the tackle. When we call it hit, it's trying to hold the little linebacker. Because we'll throw it to him if he buzzes out. If he buzzes out on the snap, we'll throw it to him, but we'd rather him throw it to the X. We'd have to throw it to the X. Now, our quarterback read, again, he's gonna pick the shortest, or the softest coverage, the shortest throw. And once he picks a side in the quick game, you gotta work that side. You can't say, I'm gonna work to the left, oh, we'll see if they roll the coverage over there and go back to the right. Once you pick the left side, you work the left side. And that's basically for all of our, we don't have any routes. And some of the West Coast is different. Any of our drop backs, quick game, whatever, we work from here and go all the way here. The old West Coaster was, oh, you read a book, you read it from right to left, if you have time in 2.5 seconds, bullshit. I'm taking the side and working the side. And our old line coach don't like that. Ron, I said pitch and catch. There ain't no mental clock on our quarterback. We don't have anything where we have a clock. He's got 2.5 seconds, 1.5. It's defined for him. You're going to catch and throw, you're going to 3 and throw, you're going to 3 hitch and throw. Ball's going, you're going. So everything's defined for him. And because he's picking a side and working that side, you ain't no worry about him, getting confused, whatever. But yeah, we pick a side, work a side. They don't know what side you're going to work, but that's what we do on all of our routes, not just the quick game. But quick game especially, you can't work, you can't change your mind. That. So that's the hitch and catch. Like in this right here is cover 3. I'm not sure it's cover 3. Usually the guy gives away when anybody's a corner. Where's his eyes and where's his feet? Now, a lot of times our guys try to disguise when the quarterback is in there. If Todd was the exit, quarterback's in there. Obviously, if I'm turning with my ass to my eyes, I know it's man. A lot of guys get kind of hit up like this. But they'll cheat the 3, they cheat that inside foot back just a little bit. Get out of there, press fail. Right? We try to get to our X, he catches most of the hitch. Any question on that hitch route? Fix it, fix. Right, the next one is a slant. The 2 favorite formations to run a slant out of. Now, I'll go back up on sometimes on this formation. It's good to throw the hitch out of, is to leave a guy in cover. Like, always throwing radar and lava is good. But throwing a hitch is sometimes good too when the guy's in cover. Gets the ball to the field 5 more yards. And so this was a good formation. If you've been throwing a lot of radar and lavas in practice or Will Spring, instead of changing the change, instead of just throwing radar and lava, just going real, throw hitches. I'll let you quit. If you got a guy in cover, you got this guy in the gray area, this guy in the gray area, this guy splitting the difference, you're going to hit the Y. If they play you 2 deep look with a corner here, a nickel here, a safety over top, you'll be able to hit your H. So throwing the hitch is another way of getting the ball. It's another one of our answers to an uncovered. You can throw radar and lava and get the ball behind the line of scrimmage, or you can throw the hitch and get the ball 5 yards down the field.
I wanted to ask you something, Bruce. I was asking Ron this, kind of looking through the packet, and we're going to talk about this, but 160 and 170 red flag.
Yeah.
Do you always, like, if it's a Rio, would it be red, if it's a Leo, would it be black? That's
Yeah.
how they match up. That's the reason why you're doing it. So the back end always block the same side. Because I try to figure out when would you call, black, and when would you call red, and it goes with formation string, right?
Yeah, and that's just not a habit.
Okay.
You don't have to do it that way. It's just not a habit. To do it that way. Yeah.
Well, because, the thing that we talked about is, one way, why would you just go 160 every time, and just slide protection, but, the thing that you get from a defensive standpoint, you get a tendency to always block the back the same side.
Yeah.
As far as
And it also works out because you throws more often as your X. So if you call real red, your back's going to be away from your X. You prefer to throw away from your back. And wherever your back is, that's where I'm actually shifting to.
Right.
They'll be displaced to your back in the shotgun a little bit more.
So we're doing that right then.
In fact, and then we go slant, sometimes we'll go over here. This is something that we did in spring. We call red P, which we've never done with red and black P. It's always been rock and laser P. Right? And we'll P fake here to bring protection. Just to try to get the Willis that been goes slant, right? That's a P. We'll P anything in the back. And when time we say P, it's just the back. That's where we're making the catch from. But slant route is next.
Coach, why are you calling red and black, Rambo, Limbo, there so that everything in the quick game is terms.
No, and the reason it's saying that instead of 160, because it's easier to whatever, it's faster. You know, 160-34, 160-34, 160 has 3 syllables. Red has 1.
Right.
That's why. We don't even call 160 anymore.
Right, that's what he said. I was just wondering, would, then you've got, your 80 and 90, you go with numbers on those.
Yeah. That's probably because I haven't had a term yet for 80 and 90. Once I get a term for 80
We
and
used to
90.
color code them, that's why I'm
80 is
asking.
just 2 syllables, so I might come up with something that says different. You know that.
We used to color code, like call, what was it? Purple with sprint right to the right, with the
Yeah.
bar, yellow sprint, there's nothing wrong with doing it like that.
Yeah. The only difference was that, numbers, as you do more often, kind of run in your mind, as a defensive guy, numbers kind of jumble in your mind more, where the terms, they can pick it up if you use a lot of terms.
I couldn't figure out why you were like on, say, a 60 protection, say if you're gonna run a hook, and you call 60, the receivers are getting the hook.
Yeah.
So you really don't have to call 60.
No, it's like 65 and 61 and 63, or 64, whatever, it's all the same line.
That's what I'm saying.
But the second number told them the route package. They don't need to hear that.
All they need to know is if that's a 3-step from shotgun or 5-step from underneath, how, if it's 3-step.
And all the wideouts got to know, all they got to do is see the signal.
That's what, yeah.
So you want to hitch, here's the side, here's the toss. Red. Okay. You want them to go right there? Red, red. Everybody knows what they're doing. That's it. They're blocking 160 protection. All right? If we wanted to go slant, red, does the formation, red.
Well, that's what I was thinking about doing, is maybe like flipping 60, 60 and 70, you can make it blue and white. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And because you really don't need the route combination, because the receivers are getting that anyway.
Well, part of that too is part of it like 60 and 70 is a 6-man protection. 560 and 570 is 5-man protection. That's how it helps a line. That's why the fat boys usually have those smart. Ron does everything.
We've already started teaching it that way. I was just
While I was in
curious.
there, he didn't tell you everything he does is based on 14 ACG. That's what he got 8 times.
Yeah, right.
We got to try to keep it simple.
But the only thing I was thinking of is like, just from playing free safety and sitting over there, would you, and this, what happened in the spring, because they out there to hear it all the time, what's already started to happen for us is that he stands there and goes red, and the defense is getting, well, this is quick game. Whereas when he goes with number,
Yeah.
that's usually a.
Yeah, that's why we change. That's why we tell them to change. That's why we have both. Like for most of our routes, there's run plays. There's 2 ways to signal. Like our Indy, like we have our Indy, you put your 10 most called plays. It's
Right.
1 got 10 because there's 2 ways to call it.
Right.
So you can call red, or you can call red. You can call 160 instead. So there's 2 ways to call it.
Okay.
You see, I wouldn't lose. A lot of times when you call a play, if you're going fast, they don't even hear what you're calling because they're too busy getting lined up.
The key's the tempo then, because I mean, we
Key is-
ain't
No question about the keys to tempo, but there are 2 ways to call, like red, black, it's 160, 170, you call it either way. Rocket, laser, 560, 570 nuts. So there's 2 ways to call those things. Radar lava, is radar lava or 1213. So they'll call radar, and then next time we call 1287. So there's 2 ways to call most called plays that you have. That's a good point. That's what we do. And there's usually 2 ways to signal. 2 ways to call, because you don't need. I'll tell you, this will help me. We'll go through the day. The top 25 or 25 offensive players. We just start a football team right now. Take over the Cowboys. I know they need help. We take 25 plays. Do it. We'll pick our top 25. I guarantee there'll be 2 ways to call it, 2 ways to signal, and then just rip the hell out of different formations. Our slant, we run a 3-step slant. 1, 2, 3 slant. 1, 2, 3 slant. They have to go inside. The corners is press man whatever, it don't matter, you cannot go over the top of the corner. Costa Dam, conference championship against Southern Miss, that are corner skate inside, and jumped over the top, of course, Sean threw it, pick, offensive game. Got to go inside, three step. The only difference is we tell the Y and the H, that's the H and the Y, and they run a slant, they come a little flatter. If it's press man. If it's man coverage, come a little flatter. Instead of 45, they might even come whatever that is, 60. And if it's inside the 10-yard line, we're going to cut down to the one-step slant. That's what Florida does all the time, one-step slant. The only time we ever throw it to the slot, inside on the slant route is cover 0, and they're blitzing everybody. It's raising game for zone. You know, if you throw it in here, a lot of times on zone blitz, you get tricked and they drop the big cone out there. I call it the big cone. Those guys got their little branches and their helmets and shit, and they jump out of the woods. All of a sudden, they jump out. It'd be a cone nowadays. The zone blitz, that's what we call it. Zone blitz, big cone. Japs jumping out of damn bushes. Don't let the big cone get you. We'll throw it out there.
That was Steve running a 45-degree.
45 degree. 1, 2, 3, and boom, break it off. We get a little bit of a stick on the third step. There'll be one, right inside, puts up 1, 2, just a little bit of a head nod stick, and break it hard at 45. A lot of times we'll run out of Rio. When we run out of Rio, 100% of the time it goes to the X. We never throw it over here. If we got cover 0, we might, but we still will throw it over here to cover 0. Right? And when we run out of Rio, we usually peek fake the back. Well, I say usually. If it's man coverage or zone, a lot of times we'll have P or whether it's red P or rocket P, or we can move right there. But we don't want to go back on the same side he's going to slant. He's going to wind up going over here or going over here. And then all the coach's point on a quarterback is if it's man coverage, you can catch and throw. If they blitz the wheel, catch and throw. If they don't blitz the wheel, they got a zone player right in the throw lane. Don't be a dumbass and throw right to them. Squeeze the thread and throw it the second limit. So all I do is I'm throwing to the X. I'm going to catch and throw. If the wheel is blitz, if he didn't blitz, I'm going to catch, squeeze the trigger, and throw it behind him. Now, if you peek fake the back when in there, they didn't have to catch it. You didn't have to squeeze the thread. You know, it's the only guy who reads. Don't never worry about reading corner. Just read the flat defender of the wheel linebacker. All right, now one thing will happen if it's too deep. Especially right here, you'll tell your quarterbacks if they want to be friendly with the wideouts. Too deep, this is a great route to throw because the wheel linebacker's in the box, right? Just it trips open, he's in there. And this window is open, but that safety's going to be screaming to knock his head off. So we'll tell the quarterback, you know, we still want to throw the slant, but just throw it to his back hip. You know, so throw it, I'm running a slant, 1, 2, 3, and cut across, throw it to my back hip to slow me down. As you have now the wild starts slowing down his own and your time is screwed up. Just tell him, hey, trust the quarterback. He ain't gonna blow you up. You just run full speed. If that safety went away, you'll just throw right foot from his number. That's a normal landing point. If that safety or somebody's coming, we'll slow you down, throw it to your back hip. And that's an accuracy, but it's really not that far of a throw. And if it's tight man, this is a basic rule of any routes. Todd, go out and tell the quarterback, any kind of tight coverage, the tighter coverage, the lower the throw. If you're going to break the ball as a defensive back, what are you going to do with your arm over? Bring it on top, right? So if I'm going to try to break a pass up, I'll bring the arm over the top, not underneath. So throw the ball lower, it gives you a fraction of a second more completed. That's any route. Hitch, hook, slant, whatever. Tighter coverage, the lower the throw. So when you see the ball is thrown high, tipped up, that's where you get big. That's slant. Once the slant called, we don't convert it. We might convert it to a tap if we had, say if we had a slant call and they're real heavy inside press man. All right, then we might pre-snap convert it to a fade. But if they're just press, we like to keep it on because our axe is pretty physical. It just beats you out. It'll headbutt you. They head our wild first press, headbutt first, and then they go. kind of different. We haven't done it much before. We usually just we tap the outside shoulder, and then everything's a short swim or rip. So that's all right here. But right now, because our guys are more 215-pound physical guys, if the guy's right in our face, we tell them to get lower and then headbutt him. And then do the same thing with his arms and headbutt him, back his head up. So they'll face that now. But we got big wide eyes. Big wide eyes. And the best way to do it, we tell them to go to get down and fight on their
Yeah,
legs.
that's what I would tell you. The best of the thing we don't want to see is the defensive back is being visible. How you fight tight coverage or bump is by being visible.
Right.
The best way to do it.
Exactly. And the other way to play bump is to use your hands. And you can't get no defensive back when you play bump his hand behind his back. Right? He's got to get his hands up on you, off of it. So you got to get his hands off of you. You got to get some separation. But that's the slam. And then we got a couple different ways. Like we've changed in the game, in the middle of the game, what a slam signal. You come out like this one game, come out like this one game, as a slam. Sometimes we tap our ass and slam. You can just do whatever. But it usually is this or this. It's usually the general thing. When you give a signal, you want to give it lower. Our guys, in other words, the lineman up here, if you're giving a slant signal or something to your X and Z, you just give it down here. So you don't see behind, right? Instead of opposed to giving a pop. And that's sometimes the original play call, and sometimes it's an audible or a signal change inside. All right, and slant. The other one is bow. In bow, outside fades, just as if it's a tap, 4-step out. Quick tap. Played on his own blitz team or something of that nature where they bring the ends or bring the willies and drop the end. Right? You don't want to side test the slant because the big comp gets you. You want to side test the bow route. They don't teach those guys, and our zone blitz and stuff, most of the time when they teach zone blitz, what do you tell those D linemen? They don't tell them try to just get in the throwing lane. Try to get in the throwing lane. You're not going to a particular area, or you're not route reading, you're not reading curl flat or hook slant, whatever. You're just going to try to get in an area, or try to get in the throwing lane. And these snap boys like it to drop back here, and they ain't got to go anywhere. Make the pass and run to the sideline. That's what it's on blitz.
Does y'all defense play much mixed coverage? It's thirds behind it, but it's a mix.
Oh, shit, well, they played cover 4 this spring, all spring against us. I show you one of our scrimmages. It was 4 zone blitz, it was twist, this now, we ain't got base defense yet. Pocket coverage.
We play a lot of man. It's a mix and match man underneath.
Yeah, we do that, they'll match up, they'll pass
Thirds
on.
behind it. See, we're gonna do a lot of bumping. We
Press,
call
press,
press, fail out of our zone blitz with our outside guys, and then we play that. Our linebackers and our linemen or our defensive ends none of our tackles ever run the zone blitz well. We use our ends and our backers and our strong safety. They're all incorporated into this coverage. It's a trade player, a deuce player. It's all about mixing and matching, depending on formation. Strong safety, the wheel's always the adjuster.
You tell the biggest problem we have with bow route was completeness. Didn't call it much, because you want to throw it against man, like loose man coverage or zone blitz or something. We couldn't, pitch and catch, but it was moving target. We just couldn't get it, really for the last 4 or 5 years, couldn't get it right. So now what we're doing this spring was one of the best things we did. We added on here, we call Rambo or Limbo. I put a W on there. And now we sprint to it as a quick sprint. They run the same route. But now in Rambo, he's going to go 1, 2, 3 and throw it. In Limbo, he's going to go to the left, 1, 2, 3 and throw it. And all the linemen do is reach. Don't reach to the call side. We ain't worried about the backside end because hell, we're throwing away from him. So we call Rambo. We always do this in a fast tempo. Rambo, he'll say Indy, but eventually as they go through the summer, they want to. When they hear Rambo Limbo, they know it's going to be at Indy pace. Rambo. We jump in, 1, 2, 3, and the wide out. The slot take forward, the 4-step out. His jam is, inside foot up. any kind of cut to the outside is even, inside is off. So it's 1, 2, 3, and it's a speed out, it's not a square out. Our kids are still learning how to do this. So if my inside puts up, it's 1, 2, 3, and on my fourth step, I get my head around, but I roll it out just slightly, and then I sprint to stay parallel. We don't want to be like this, but we don't want it to be squared out either. It's not a stick out, it's a speed cut out, and outside fade. Now, one thing with the back, we got with the running backs, when the running back, sometimes we'll run to the running back side, and sometimes we'll be a no back, there'll be no running back. All right, so what we've done is, and again, you do this through trial and error. If the running back, we call Rambo, when he's in the backfield, he tells this tackle solid, which means I'm solid behind you, and I can help you reach. If there's no back, then that tackle, as soon as I got to get him, I got to reach the wide guy by myself. If he hears solid, he knows I got a little bit of help. When they just full zone, keep your shoulders square, and full zone as fast as they can. I'm gonna go on my third step, Sometimes I allow them to go 4 steps if they're waiting for the break free, but it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So I'm going off opposite foot. Kind of ass backwards. That's it. Rambo, limbo. And our completion percentage of this is double. It's sprint by sprint foot. For whatever reason, you're throwing the moving target, but you're running toward that target, it's a lot easier to go. That's been a big league for us right there.
Pressure on that flat.
Yeah. Now what we do is, what we have after this, because after you do it, we kill our defense with it. We'd run into it, be 3rd and 2 or 2nd and 2. We'd hurry up, go no back or different formation, go ramble, go and hit the out before they're still lining up. Right? And then they start just jumping it. Either corner jumping or Will linebacker just, when they heard ramble, they were jumping this out. So we call ramble, and give them this, which is our up signal. And he would run 3-step hitch, and he would run there, and then up. So he'd go 4 steps. I do my 4-step out, look, and then turn up the field. And hit a big play. And that's, if they're jumping the ramble, we call ramble, get a wild side.
You ever tried doing the outside guy?
Yeah.
Oh, Rambo and that.
Yeah, they call it Rambo. If we didn't call it, if we didn't call up with it, they press, go Rambo, press, we just go right here to on the top. Yeah. And that's some of the things like in the scrimmage we'll watch, like we might be jumped in. For us, that's a bastard formation. That's ram over. We ain't in it very often. We jump and ram over, and a lot of times they're still lining up and boom, hit you out. Real quick to silent. It's usually a short yardage play or a first down play, but it's always high tempo. Like I said, we'll call Indy with it, but that's just because it's the first time we install it. This summer they won't call Indy one. It's Rambo, it'll be assumed to be Indy. The last quick game package, which is something I ran more at Glenville, didn't run it 2-lane much, because I think I made it too hard for quarterbacks to throw it. And I'm running it now in spring, I really like it. It's a skinny package. And this is something, if y'all dealing with what you're doing, I think it's going to allow the quick screen, radar and lobbies. In skinny, these guys are doing radar and lobby. Now you get those, how you get those corners jumping in, and everybody's playing, the safeties are jumping in, whatever. And then the Y, X, and Z are running 5-step skinny. Back and shoulder. 5-step, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stick. They're running skinny post. Almost, not even 60 degrees. We want almost like an inside takeoff. We don't want to bring it in here to safety. Not like a slant. We want to just slant, sticky, and then stay away from safety. You do the same on both sides. Stick, go. And I want a hard stick it'd be 4, and then 5. I'll throw the head and shoulders, stick, then I catch and throw it there. It's a catch and squeeze and throw. That's what we allow them to make. A catch and throw, sometimes the quarterback with a hard throw, catch, squeeze, and throw. So it's going to get off about 1/6 or so. And all he does is read the flat center. Here's what happened in the spring game the other day. We had thrown a couple of radar lobbies. They were playing this little zone blitz deal, you know, they were dropping these dudes, all that kind of crap, bringing the wheel and all that. So we were doing a bunch of side adjustments. You know, he was bringing him, we had a run play call, we were just pulling side adjustments. Well, shit, we were throwing side adjustments, this thing screaming, tackling about a 4 or 5 yard gain. So you know what happened then? He was called skinny. Out there, and then looked at him for, everybody bitched at the corner. Said, oh, that corner got beat for a touchdown. Well, it wasn't the corner's fault, it's the safety. He was a cover 4 safety. He was just jumping and making the tackle. See, we were blocking him on the quick screen. He was making the tackle because he ain't nobody blocking that safety. He's coming up too fast. So if you're running a lot of radar line, skinny is kind of one of the answers to that. And the other answer to our is cover 3. You can imagine cover 3 is free safety is going to be a non-factor as long as it's in the middle field. If he jumps one side or another, we just tell the quarterback to go away from the safety. You play some teams that play like Florida State plays some outside leverage man through the will in the corner. The guys that got man-to-man will play outside leverage and funnel everything to the free safety. Well, this is another good thing against that. That's the Florida National Championship 3 years ago. Warfel and he had those guys. He killed them. They hit about 2 or 3 skinny routes. And Florida State was doing this. So they had the safety here. They do all this crap. Looked like cover 4, and then they invert to a robber. It's all outside leverage, man, because they're going to funnel everything to the robber guy. So Florida was just hitting on the skinny and just killing him right there. The robber guy couldn't get to him. He was just picking side. So skinny is a great route with a single safety. Whether it's single safety robbers, cover 3, cover 1, whatever, and when they're jumping the quick screen. Now, if they're a true 2-deep team, and if we're getting a true 2-deep where they're covering down, corner, everybody's covered down, whatever, and we call it, we shouldn't call it, but if we call it, the 2-deep we check out. Because you get dead route, you get dead, let's do it right there. Dead, we check the run. But that's only if we know they're going to stay in TD. Part of what we look for, because you get so much robber, I don't know if you see a whole lot of it, is usually if one guy's going to invert up here or here, he lines up a little tighter than him, right? That safety would be about 8 or 9, and that safety would be about 11 or 12, and that's what I'll tell the quarterbacks. The depth of the safety is the key. They're at different levels. One of that suckers are coming up or going in the middle of the rock. Robbers, a lot of people say, well, robber don't bother us at all. In fact, robber helps us. Is you can rob all you want in the middle, hell, what's going on in the perimeter? And if you rob the run game, hell, our goal in the run game is to take everything to the safety. Our back's got to try to make the safety miss. This guy's going to make tackles 6, 7 yards down the field if we don't make it miss. So we don't see as much robber because of what we call the block. But those are the quick game things. And we do whatever practice, winter practice, half hour of that every day. Well, everybody else is kicking.
Well, that's really about all we've been doing, is on the quick game. We haven't got much else. We want our kids to
That's easy throws.
Our kids pay basically a couple of practices of this stuff.
And if you can get that down, then you go it forces you to, like I said, cover everybody down. There's one other one that do you have a tight end in all the kids' ball?
Yeah, we got 2 of them. That's what we call ours differently, Coach. Our tight end runs about 4, 7, 5, something like that. We don't take him out. He's the wide. He'll be the outside most split guy.
Look what call it. Here's, I guess it's not. Now I need to add this on this because this is part of our quick game.
Our arrow, we run that.
If he fakes, he arrows, he blows, he's there. He hitches or slants. We call it probably an option route. The X option. It's a hitch route, but if the wheel twists, he converts it to a slant. But arrows, we look for the tight end. You got a little P fake, hold the sand linebacker, strong safety right there, and the tight end just sits right there in the hole. In man coverage, he burns it. This man coverage on him, he doesn't burst. He'll still attack it, but 2-step, and he'll burst away with right hand. But we'll run an arrow out of Graham with a P fake out of the back. we run out open. Same route. Now, we run out of open, it's bow to both sides. For the wideouts. That's where it gets ball tight end kind of deal.
Yeah, we got two, tight ends catch ball, we're good.
That's a catch and throw, and we'll tell, the quarterback can squeeze the trigger a little bit, and he's waiting on tight end, gets head around. All quickly. They can't line with the cut. Well, we don't even hardly use the word cut anymore, trying to get away from saying that. Because the first thing you do when you tell them to cut, is they put their head down. And they drive with the damn ankles, and they wind up, if somebody gets hurt, they're not at the angle, we tell them run through his nuts. Instead of cutting the guy, run through his nuts, bite his nuts, take him out the other side. I don't care if it does sound baggish, we'll run through his nuts. That's the first thing they do, down on the ground. So we try to just run through, pull their neck back.
We've worked on all of those, but that's all we're running right there. Let's take Manny's got some barbecue ready.
I hear that.
Quick little break.
No Budweiser. Good day for that.
When you pick, is off the five-step, or right?
That's what deeper skinny. See, we have skinny, which is a 5-step, thin, which is a 7-step skinny pose, and then thick, which is a 9-step skinny pose. Skinny, thin, and thick.
Into what now?
7-step skinny pose. That's a hard throw. We call it Sean a few times, because Sean can make that throw, but our kids last year couldn't make that throw. I mean, that was an accuracy and a velocity throw.
What's thick?
Thick is a 9-step. That's a true post. But it doesn't toe, we don't take it across the hash. It is a thick, a deep, skinny post.
That's why we need to run.
Let's go on, get y'all to do.
Let's get thick.
What I want you to do, because this is the easiest thing, because you have to do it, is just throw hooks. There's no hitches and hooks. Because hook is nothing but, for quarterback, the same thing as a hook. I mean, hook is the same as a hitch, they're deeper. Different timing. And the timing is so good on it. I mean, you got press man with hooks, I love it. I won't keep it on with the bird. You can throw it all day. And it's an easy throw.
What I like about what you're doing is like it's one of the reasons why we believe in triple option stuff. You're running triple option, and you have to establish the fullback. You're running quick and you establish the hits, it sets up everything else. You're running it, you drop back, you establish the hook, it sets up everything else.
Yeah. I watched the Pro Bowl about 3 years ago, and those are the things you the thing they have in Hawaii is usually boring as hell. They can't do much. And it's usually defense dominated because you ain't got enough time to practice. I don't know who the coach was, but man, it was up and down the field all day, both teams. I mean, throw the ball must have been 500-yard pass both teams. And all it was, I hit the game, all it was hitch and go, bow or out and up. And then they're going to fade. The whole game was so simple, but all I did was just run up a hitch, run a hitch, you jump, run a hitch, you go. And, or run a fade to it. It's amazing. I said, if these guys on this level, the best DBs in America, are jumping this stuff, and you can beat them, what's everybody else? There really isn't. There's not. A lot of people trying to make something more out of it. Like in our passing game, we go through the drop back stuff and the sprint out stuff. It isn't all. It's just, looks like more because not just formation wise, but because of the tempo you do that. The faster you do things, the faster it appears you to be as a player. I mean, a lot of teams have played us the last couple of years. But boy, you guys look where they are. When they play the Columbus, boy, you guys look fast. They ain't really fast. We're just going fast. And I tell Todd, you ought to see if you agree with me. The single most overlooked factor in all levels of football, professional, high school, college, junior high, the single aspect of every football team is lacking is what? Take care of it. Size, speed, strength, what do you think it is? Conditioning. Right? The single most overlooked factor in all of football, if you think about it, is conditioning. You run, your kids run all summer. They run during the 2 days. Then when the games start, most people condition on Monday, and they don't condition during the week. They want to save your kids' legs, right? Now these kids play 80 plays. You can't run them during the week. So the only condition they really get, if they're a regular team practicing, is Saturdays. And even every Saturday is slower than what you're going to do in practice because you got timeouts and halftime, all that shit, fans playing, all that kind of crap. So very few teams will condition a whole lot during the season. So your level of condition your football players, especially if they're getting hurt or they ain't practicing, is going down. So we've got our kids convinced that we're going to be in better shape than everybody we play because of how we practice. Our practices are non-stop, moving all that. In fact, we had a scrimmage against our defense. The first scrimmage is a warm day, about 85 degrees, and they died. And it was up and down the field, did whatever we wanted because they just couldn't rush the pass. That 4-6 corner, that 4-5 corner, or the 4-8 corner. If you run a 40-yard, take the fastest guy on a 40-yard dash, time him, and then have him get 15 seconds, 10 seconds later, have him make him run another one. He ain't run the same time. Have him run 7 or 8 of them in a row and see what his last 40 times. He's going to lose 5/10 to 6/10 on his 40. Now, if your kid is 4-7, 4-8 kid, is in better shape than that 4-4 kid, 4-5 kid, by the 5th or 6th play of the game, he's out running. That's all condition. And you can get more than anybody else by the way you practice. Now, it's a ball buster. But how you run, I was telling Todd, if you run a marathon, you're a marathon runner, I run 5 miles a day. That kills me. I hate it, but I do it so I don't get fat. You run a marathon. Marathon runner don't just run a marathon on Saturday. His ass runs all during the week. He's going to run 10 miles and 12 miles and 14 miles. He ain't going to just say, okay, I'm going to do one a week, one day a week and get out. So your kids are, and I'm telling you, it's overlooked everywhere I've been. Tulane, Clemson, Global, Salem, West Virginia, right? Kids that you think are in great shape, they're in good shape to play against a traditional team. But if you're a fast no huddle, it's all over. Especially if you can establish the biggest key to establishing tempo on top, I think, is to get first down. So if you're 3-and-out all the time, ain't nobody get tired. Right? Except for maybe your fans tired of watching you. But if you get first downs, you add a play. That's like for 2nd and 1, most of the time we're 2nd and 1. A lot of people say, why don't you go deep for 3 plays? I'd rather get a first down and get 3 more plays. Because 3 more plays gives you 3 more plays to get tired. A lot of people say, well, we're going to make you execute up and down the field. Play soft coverage, give you, make you have a 10 or 12 play drive. Shit, that's the best thing you do for us. Why? Establish the tempo. So the key is getting first down. Well, the easiest way to get first downs is quick game. Run the ball with the numbers and throw the quick game. So you don't, you have 2nd and 3, 2nd and 4, 3rd and 4, all that kind of stuff. So that's when you see us so much. Like Virginia Tech, we try like hell. And we threw the ball, we threw the quick game. We completed 34 balls against Virginia Tech. Unfortunately, it was only for 200-some yards. We couldn't, that's not for tackling. We weren't blocking Corey Moore, but he wasn't getting them. I mean, he's coming free off the edge half the time.
Yes, you did. You ever try to, kind of possession before to you?
No. They care less. Never look at it.
How many plays do you usually get?
About 75. But it usually the average is about 71, 70. We had a couple games we were over 90. That's when we kind of had it going. Do a lot of radars and quick screens, all that stuff. But our thing is more like this. We just look, let's 2 goals on offense. We don't let's 1 win, 2 score. I don't give a shit how you do it. How many yards rushing you got? I don't want to coach. How many times you got? I don't care. People ask us, well, what's your goal for this game, rushing pass? I don't know. How are they going to play us? Tell us how they're going to play us. And I'll tell you what we think we need to do.
Does your defense have more snaps? Defense on the field more?
I don't know. But you know what happens is, and they told us, because our defense, I had different defense coordinators everywhere. Well, I like our defense doesn't huddle anyway. And so when he just told us, he said, we're going against us, it only helps them. When they go against a traditional team, they're like, man, look at all this break time I got. They're getting in a huddle, and we got time to tell a joke and stuff. Sit around. So they're conditioned to play more when we practice against us. That's why I like going against each other.
So you do a 5-minute period where you just getting them lined up, getting
10
them
minutes.
well, I'm sorry, the formation, you're just going.
Oh, yeah, that's pre-practice stuff.
That's good pre-practice stuff. But if we need to do that, that's something we need to do once out of it. And you go 10 minutes of tempo. I was there when you do tempo good. You always go the length of the field.
Yeah.
Start this in, work all the way down.
We go about 35, we take about 6 plays to score, and another group comes on.
And then you have, with the way y'all get reps, even when you're like working your individual routes and your quick and stuff, you have the first group, second group, you have a third group.
Yeah, well, we start off with
We have to.
we have 2 days. Now, when it gets into season, only with the first and second group. But you can do it as fast as you want.
We rep too many feet.
We rep.
Now, if you want to get your quarterback.
We don't run game.
Yeah.
No, we don't, you never run in pass round.
How many groups of wideouts do you have? If you rely on Rick Liz, how deep are you, wideout wise? Definitely. How many, 14, 13, 15?
Oh, God, yes, we got, it's going on what you call, it's going on where you cut off the play. We're too deep. We're too deep that they can play, and that's.
Yeah, but I mean, when you practice, when you come out and practice, you go out and practice, how many guys you
Oh,
have?
God, it's gonna be 6 or 7 deep.
How many quarterbacks you have?
5.
Well, you're all right. I'd run them all running. And have them all run at the same time. Now, if you want to kill your quarterbacks, you run the quarterback off, have all 4 of them go all 4 wideouts. X,
Right.
H, Y. I mean, I've done it before. My quarterbacks, I've thrown them with their arms out, doing that too much. But you could rep them, another quarterback rep them, and have the sprint and come back.
Yeah.
By the time they get back up to do it again, you'll get your
You know, what I was noticing about what y'all are doing is you always had your first quarterback going with that good group.
Yeah, I make them jump into there. Yeah, I don't want to throw them little slappies out there, but you can get a lot of reps in.
During the season, you only rep first and second.
Yeah. But you can get it, you can get a lot of reps in. And there's a lot of running. I mean, I have a summer, I'll get to when I make it up every summer. Like when their summer workout program goes, they'll do the regular conditioning, 300s, whatever they run, shuttle runs, whatever. But they also have a conditioning drill like the White House. They run a hitch route full speed, they jog back to the line. Wait 5 seconds, they run a hook route full speed, jog back to the line. They get on the slant route. So they're running all their route work. It's almost like they're running the offense. And then they have an indie script that they run. The whole offense has to run, and they run that indie. You know, we can't be out there. They run that indie script out there. That's in the part.
I like that.
And so there's a lot of carryover with that. But I just, and I really haven't noticed as much in the last couple of years about the conditioning of it.
Yeah, that's,
How much of
do
it.
that little route tree conditioning in the workout, stuff like that, even, you know, that's, we'll see. Yes, man, you got it ready. Go back and watch a little bit,
Yeah,
Quick
I'll
game.
show the quick game, and then we'll go move on to the other stuff. Are y'all allowed to work with them in the summer?
See, right now, we only have them actually 60 minutes. We can't practice with anyone 60 minutes right now.
In the afternoon?
Right, UIL wise, so we only have 60 minutes a day. We have to do so much time academic period, and we do a 60-minute period. And we have 18 days to get, 30 days to get an 18 workouts for spring training, but we go full pads day 1. So we got our short work in right now,
You got 18 days full pass?
full pads.
We only got 8. Full.
Right.
15 total, 8 full.
Yeah. Well, you want to stay here?
I don't mind going.
I want to make sure like we utilize Rich as much as we can. If there's something else we can do, and I think he wanted to, the receivers and quarterbacks, and let you kind of work with them, see what we're doing. And kind of,
Like I'm saying, plan workout real quick. So that we're done for the 6 or run up, I'll tell you, we can lunch.
yeah, let's
get
go
back
ahead and do
to
that.
this.
So let's just plan workout overnight.
That's fine, whatever.
What I'm saying, I don't think we need to do a whole lot.
Yeah, see that on too.
We can do that, we can send them
You
out.
good defensive guy? What? You good defensive guy?
Hey, Rich, Coach Green here is the head coach of Marietta. He was my linebacker coach. I want to get this, get in a good stance where they catch the ball in football position. But they'll do that leg up, then they'll be upright, standing straight up.
Here's get y'all firing us off and coming here.
Coach, you ever get that top receiver up there?
Not a real Leo. Never thought I said, too far from the throw. We'll go here, here.
Real little, that tight end ought to be 5 yards from the sideline. See that?
Here's an example of a wideout. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, watch it. See how I get into the catches it? Right here. Just go. Just go. Just turn and go. There ain't no danger. Just turn and go. I'm probably costing me 2 yards. He's looking sidelines. He really doesn't need to look. He's probably looking over because he's pressed on the X. I want to know whether we're going to tap him or not. See, watch him look over the X. He's going to see his press coverage on the X. That's why he's looking over. Woody would stare. He wanted to make sure it's all right. Go to the other side. But like up front right now, they need to go ahead and run instead of diving like this. They're going to run through the leg.
Tell me about his throwing those, and what do you teach him as far as the footwork and all that, as far as his base, how far you want his feet apart?
Well, the feet should always be underneath the shoulders or underneath the armpits. And they always, I would always do, no matter where it's going, whether it's quick game or whether it's drop back, when you throw, you lead with your hip. Throw your hip first. If you go to your hip, then your off shoulder and your hand will fall through. Like, if I'm throwing that door, I got to turn my hip. Go to the door. If I'm throwing over that camera, I got to turn my hip. And throw my hip at my target first, and then lead with the thing. So we lead with the hip. Some guys teach lead with the off shoulder. I teach throw with your hip.
You want a short step, you're not going to pick it up, put it down?
On the still work right here,
Yeah.
I just want his feet underneath his armpits.
I'm talking about the step, when he steps to throw, you want that to be a short step.
He shouldn't be
right?
stepping at all out here.
Just catching.
All you just catch and throw. Sometimes they'll adjust their feet while they're getting the laces, but if the laces are perfect, they get on them, there shouldn't be any step. It might be shifting, it's hit.
Shifting.
So right here, I don't. He's still getting the laces. While they're getting the laces, I don't care what they do with their feet, as long as they're underneath their. As long as when they're throwing,
That's pretty quick there, isn't it?
Yeah. A lot of times it's a snap, but just see what you can do. Yeah. 1.4, he got off back in that. You get off of 1, 2 something, you get the lace under that. Where if you're under center, and typically you never get off that quick.
No way. Yeah. And a lot of it is their center snap. We got to get the center cocking that ball and get some velocity.
Yeah, we had a problem with the second team center. Here's an example where he should go. We got the hitch call and he all throwed up top. He's going to the bottom. That guy's press coverage. Of course, we didn't get called for push off here, but. That little head back going. That doesn't have to keep all those spread. Now, one other reason why you'd like to go to your X, you're usually your worst tackle on defense, playing corner. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Make you guys tackle. So it hits you up. They got drafted. On the spot. So here he's cheating the ball. He's cheating a little too far. He had that yard or so outside there. It's all too easy. With Duke, everything's getting a little easier. He's kind of turning the draft. He goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He turns it just a little system. He does a good job of putting his hip. You should never be waiting on your feet. The only thing I would be waiting on is the laces. I think you get the laces.
Pretty quick here, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you get the laces right on the snap. You get your.
Talk to me about the, you teach him push the ball up and out. I heard you talk about that, push it up and out.
Yeah, push it. And that's just the regular throwing motion. You push the ball up, and then push the tip of the ball out. And then ball. You get some of the guys who want a sidearm delivery, or have a tip. You get the tip of the ball. When you push your arm back and throw it, if the tip of the ball is down, you push your arm back, right, and gets that ball kind of, gets that little nose dive thing there. You push the ball up and out, as you follow through, the tip of the ball straightens out, and that's how you get your spot. So
That's all right.
tell them push it up and out, keep the tip of the ball up. And it's the contact, and you want it to be short, you don't want to take a long arm motion, it's all right to here. Elbow parallel.
You're talking about pushing, pulling, push ball up and out, pull left side.
Throw it to your hip. I tell them, throw it to your hip. Throw your hip.
Over here.
Like right here, throw it. A lot of times, going to the right, they're okay, but going to the left, sometimes they say throw their hip too wide.
Right.
Right here, you can flip it around. And here's an example. There's a line of sport. This is on about 3 yards outside the hash. You need to be right there, but here's where his three-step is. He only covered a little bit more ground with his hits, with his three-step. And then that winds up having about the same level. Yeah, maybe they don't want to be in the circle of death. No, circle of death. Low. Right, see, it should go to the Z, winds up being the inverted coverage, take the other cornerback should have been to the Z. The back of this line here, they had a problem with that back of the line, saying, how hard is it? Line up and right even with the quarterback.
He's gonna get him back to hit the ball.
We get harder here. I don't know why, because it's coverage. Oh, I think he stopped the conversion. This is one thing I do tell the quarterback. In a quick game, if something got screwed up, whatever, you can't go back to this side. Take it, go up, middle field, try not to have a negative yard play. I get screwed up, don't hesitate, go.
Yeah, we tell them two things, we want ball security, we don't want to throw an unsecured pass, two, we don't want to take a sack.
Yeah. There's first game of the year, he's been short on the route, I think he does 2 steps. Yes, he went 3. That's why they gained 3 yards.
But in rip, that Z will do that 3-step.
3-step. Rip or ram. And that's just so low, the Y and the Z are at the same level. See if we can watch it.
You know, would that not, they not throwing cover there?
I think he is.
He's throwing the hitch.
Yeah, well, if we had the hitch call, and we have the hitch call and uncovered, we're gonna keep it on.
Keep going.
Because
Okay.
we're kind of attacking that at the same
Okay,
time.
okay.
Now, if we had a deeper route call, or particularly if we had a run play call, then we got the.
Right, okay.
In this situation, you're on the left tax, you're Rio there, and you call radar, are you gonna cheat them in at all?
Who? The Y?
Your number 3 guy
No.
there. They keep the same split.
He's probably a little too wide, even on the hitch right here. He should only be +5 or 6, so it looks like a yard or 2. So I promise you, I guarantee you, he's lined up like Griffin Witz. I mean, this guy's split the difference, so he's right. This guy's the bottom numbers, he's right, he's just, Prop 48. And that's right.
We run over his butt there, didn't we?
Yeah. They usually want to shake, break, for the sake of it. Yes, did a little better job keeping his eyes up. Yeah, he got better season long. See if he goes 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, he still kind of hops at the back end of his route sometimes. But the key is to keep your eyes downfield for 5 steps. Don't start turning your head 3 steps before the spot.
We're gonna try to get off the ball now.
Yeah, they had some 53 now. Big old bunch of Corey Simon.
First round, isn't it?
Yeah, 50. You know, them little boys kick dirt off the floor, off the ground, they're pretty fast. Corey Moore will kick the dirt off the ground. Rock and laser. Same red and black and rock and laser means the same in quarterback white, means hitches. Red is gap protection, rock is 5-man protection.
You don't even have to call hitch, you just call red and hitch.
Yeah, it's assumed to hitch. A red, black, rock, and laser is
Assume
assumed
the hitch unless you give them a route.
Yeah, let's give them something.
Rocket laser. That's good, that's the reason to call. We'll never have to signal hitch, we'll never have to signal tap.
Like I said, no back, the favorite formation to fill out a hitch is got no back. Most time you go no back, you get people who don't play center safety. I did not see it last year. This here, this is on the wrong. This is actually a draw. So we run a draw, a wideout's run a hitch. And if it had to blitz, we just don't run the draw. This quarterback draw was called, and they blitz. So I don't know why he's dancing around. He had to just pitch and catch and don't hitch. Yeah.
It breaks down, they throw it.
Yeah, Case, what happened was when we was playing, originally had 3 years ago, we were playing Army. We had they played a 2 deep look, they had these safeties deep 1.5, about 12, 13 yards, and they had these outside linebackers here. Well, I was telling the quarterbacks, these outside linebackers, if they're dicking around, these safeties are deep, they ain't coming, they just disguise them. Don't worry about checking out the draw, just stay in it. Well, we played Cincinnati, Memphis, the rest of them pop schools, that's what happened. These safeties were deep, these guys were dicking around, they weren't coming. Then we played Army, them old boys holding that ball, pretty smart now. They had them safeties about 14 yards deep. They had these guys dicking around, we had a quarterback draw call, and then they'd bring them. And these them safeties coming from 14, they were tricking us. I said, hell with that. So we said, all right, every time it's a draw, you guys run a hitch. They want to hear that anyway, they like running around. So now if they blitz us, or they trick us, our quarterback won't hand it off to the back, or won't run it himself, he just pitch and catch. So the hitch. We're not worried about linemen downfield because it's a draw, they're draw blocker. So that's how we side adjustment on a draw. On a draw, we side adjust our phone hitch. On our other runs, we side adjust our phone radar off. So right here, if it's blitz, he should just pitch and catch. He figures it out, it takes about another step. Oops. That way you never have to check out. At least we only have about 7 or 8 checks a game. If you use the time you have to check, you're better off guard, the faster you go. Edge was called, left sideline. We had 2 inches tap. Sometimes we tug on our shoulder. Tug on our jersey and tap too. This guy's 17 years. He's on film, they can see this when you tap top of his head. And then fade. So we tug the jersey. This one right here, this is, we gave him a tap from the sidelines. We were throwing a bunch of hitches. So instead of calling a hitch and go, we just gave him the tap signal and gave the quarterback a shoulder roll. Anytime we give a quarterback a shoulder roll, he's going to shoulder roll, and he's going to fake the hitch and go with the wideout's not. You know, he's going to catch the shoulder roll. In case you get those corners that peak on the quarterback, sometimes you can run a hitch and go, which we do, where it's a 5-step pitch, and it shows him as long as he goes. And sometimes all you need is the quarterback to pump it. You get the safety in cornerback. So that's all we're doing here. We're not going to slow the wide out down. We're just going to have the quarterback thing. And all that did was hold the safety. It didn't get the corners off. It's catch, shoulder roll, cross up, or kick the grid and throw. The good thing Rod did right here. Yeah. But the best thing he did here was, you see, he got outside of these, pushed to the boundary. He's fighting to get back in. You got to get back in that 3-yard area. Lean back in, lean back in. And a lot of people say, why would you want to get back in where your coverage are? Well, you want to get back in and give yourself some movement to adjust the ball. And now you can adjust back out. Happy redneck right there. One more month out, fans. Better flag, hey, there's a war still going on. Back. And this has been over for 150 years. It pissed me off that, you know, why are you fighting for the flag if you lost? You know, bunch of losers. They asked me, take the flag down. We don't block, we don't do, but any kind of inside heavy blitz, you know, yeah, today. Easy. 5 yards. There's a little route we call the goal line, it's called pylon. You know, everybody runs the fade down the goal line, this is just a fade stop. We throw it, the line was 3 yards in, the end zone, and then comes back to the pylon. The quarterback takes 3 steps, 1, 2, 3, throws the ball 1 yard in right above that pylon. You missed the call. Yeah, protection line. See, they're cheating their safety to the Rex too, but they didn't hire us with the bell cow. We should have just gone hits to the field. The hair is to his head. But I think sometimes we tell him that too much, and he winds up pushing off. I think headbutting on the change-up, if he was doing it all the time, he gets the habit of pushing off. He ought to work his hands more often. He works his hands by pushing off. He got away with it sometimes.
What's your signal for red and black? What do you, right here?
Red eye, black eye. But we've also done it down here too. Close fist down a little ways. Right hand is red, left hand is black. And this was a hitch call, I think. And we got many cars that get converted this time. Yeah, it's good. I mean, we do it on purpose that time. You do it next one, I say, we're design. I look like JG, yes.
Back to the corner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Watch out, man, they, they're all eyes are. here's the 2D look, here's where I found my highest. Against the 2 safety look, the slants are as good as you can have. Because of these guys gotta play inside letters, inside letters, inside letters. Probably should come flat. Yeah, he ought to come a little flatter like he is, he's coming flat. Sorry, you're getting the ball. And Rob, I think he could do better, I don't think he's sprinting out of his cut.
Kind of round.
Yeah, he rounded off.
You tell like the number 2 guys on that, regardless of the depth of his back, they're trying to wall off that side, just work underneath them.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I mean,
If they're trying to hold
even
it
if
off,
they just go straight flat.
that's right. And they haven't, and we've had a bitch in it, they can never go over top. If they try to flatten you, go flat, or not flat line screw. He got to get out, have to push him off like a car for top.
Watch it left hand get off. Oh, my. Watch it. Right there. Move.
What he did do a nice job, he didn't trust what he saw.
They're gonna-
Unfortunately, he didn't take
Defense
it.
can't practice against that.
We cheated back, he cheated too much, you don't have to cheat that far.
Your back, leave, snap, ball.
Yeah, he sees the ball in flight, he goes. Because you can't, sometimes he can hear him, a lot of times, Russ, he couldn't hear crowd noise. So all he does is look right here between the legs, he sees the ball in flight.
Let me make sure.
What about free run?
Snaps.
Same thing.
Right, we're not gonna get,
On runs.
I'll start talking to Dave about snaps.
Now, red and black high, or rock and laser high, is the same, it's the same as red and black, except being cut, they're just being aggressive on the rock. Sometimes teams aren't rushing, you know, you work up, line it down, you just have to stay high, here, stay aggressive on line.
Rocky plays red flags on that kid.
So here you got it off, right here's what you're watching, the miss, screwed up, miss protection up,
Now what?
one guy's coming free. But you pitch and catch on time, this is actually a little high.
Got two that what he blocked.
Yeah,
It's,
that's
or say two.
This is what happens when he doesn't trust the quarterback. He ought to squeeze the trigger right here. Keep running through there and just go to the second window.
That's a cornerback rerouting.
Yeah, the tall guys have tendency to baby step. Just, go full speed, 3 step. Take a little straight there. Scrimmage we had. Is that Rambo limbo or something? Have you been doing that?
Yeah, we've done, not much, we probably, one day.
Get that, because that, I think it's something I don't want to do.
Coach, we, especially when they make guys. Yeah, but still, he's got here for my comments. He brought some tape, I'm not sure he brought that. It really was some time. We're gonna meet at 9 in the morning, guys, got Dan, about 9, about 2.
What percentage you understand?
Approximately.
Probably total out to be about 20%, but 15% out of short yards. Record down the distance, probably.
Most of the shots they have.
We're not doing
Here's the scrimmage, when we did a lot of quick game on the scrimmage. Well, see, you're all kind of young here. They're dropping eight here. There's not one big ball, too.
Well, let's have a look at that.
I'm impressed with defense, you know, the speed of your linebackers. They got a couple good safeties.
Yeah, we had the guard screwed up there on power. He's supposed to block the back, and he got his eyes outside. The pitch not handy, you know. They'll block, keep that, and then first team on there. Yeah, safety's putting that like off, coming out, he got a little take pass. Might be done. Yeah, that was the hook, and we converted the hook. We had to drop stack. Here's the arrow out of the tight end set, shows one, no back. Tight end, out, and just a little arrow out. There's a little pop, 4 yards.
Yeah, you wanna do that on no back, too.
Yeah. If you do it in the back, you play take it back. See here, only have criticize here, see how the lineman, the fat boys are waiting. When he steps away, we ought to be already ready. The only guy we should be waiting on is the referee's whistle. And they're still getting down, and Woody's still late. We could go a little faster right here. I don't know if we didn't call anything. Now here's an example of what we did earlier. We might have done later this spring. We had a trap call. He looked over. He should have gave the White House the radar obviously. And if this guy came, don't hand it off, just turn the road out to him. They do it later on.
It's a bit sure we're in that radar line. Are we?
Yes.
And I just think it's really key there. Here's that limbo. We took too long to snap. See, if he'd have snapped it on time, and sometimes this referee was holding him up. See, he was telling the quarterback, you gotta wait till I blow the whistle. We're too lazy to get the hell out of the way. But if you go ahead and let it snap, look at the little quick out right there. But he jumps it out, so you want to throw it over the top.
That's called Rambo Limbo, it's automatic vote.
Yeah. All they do is zone reach. It should be.
What are you telling me about Claude? You telling me
Yeah, if we run it out of Rio, Rambo and Limbo out of Rio or Rio is the claw route for the wide edge. You will take the big one. That's the 9 package out of Rio. If you go for one sprint out package here,
Yeah.
it would be this 9 package.
He throws that on step.
Yeah, 5 or 7. If he has to stop and throw it on 5. If he throws it out, throw it on 7. This is the best play action one we have. This one, you on the goal line, you just say you score on. All this is,
Power.
yeah, he runs a curl, he runs a drag, he runs an over route, he runs a hit. And you fake the zone to the right, pull the guard on the boot. And a lot, sometimes the ones that being run, we have the guard pull to protect. Play fake is what we call linebacker.
What's the X supposed to be done?
Curl. He's slow there. You're going too slow. He's not this slow. See, he's still unsure. He's looking over. tight shaded nose, we instead of trapping 3, we trapped 5. And the time was supposed to apex down the linebacker, he actually got a bust, and we're trapping the 5 technique. That's good.
That's your up,
No, that-
out and go,
Yeah.
get you go.
Yeah, and then look at, we got, now these guys never said the weed twist and all that, but that tiger's got power down 3 technique, you can't have that. And the guard wrong too. Guard pulled around the back, and he's blocking it. What are you doing? Opportunity shit, go ahead. Oh, we never get in this, we just get on a toss, right, toss left, and play action. I think this, yeah, we can try this slant. We had a hitch call, and we know it's man coverage, you know we can keep the hitch on. We like the slant versus man, so we can break those slants.
Is that Rick Farr?
Yeah, that's good for. Running back out there, we put a wide out in play. Catch and throw. Here's the same play action. Things I like to do backed up on first and 10, especially if you not want to get tired of one day. Either 3 rods or 4 rods. All right, go deep, drop that 1, 2, 3. We got gap protection, tie it back, so it needs protection, front and vertical. Second down, change wide out, front and vertical. Third down, change wide out, front and vertical. By that third time, it's going to be when you run by in a hurry, it's going to be 20 yards deep.
Tight end, anytime he's in.
Anytime we got a drop back, or the tight end game, it's going to be a gap.
Yeah, Jackson, he's blocking.
Yeah. If you add him in man, it's a 7-man, and that's a lot of people that can be screwed up.
That's it, Andy?
With no more than 6-man protection, and we usually only go 5-man protection. 5-man to 6-man gap, as far as the drop back. Good job laying it in.
You got 7 right there, though, didn't you?
Well, this
Got in the back.
well, but this is gap protection.
Right,
not
yeah.
man.
Okay.
We got 7 guys blocking, but the left won't be man
Okay, I'm saying,
responsibility.
man, okay, got it.
Yeah.
That's your, actually, that's how you're gonna max protect right there.
That's how we're gonna max protect. What you can, the problem with gap protection is you can always have a guy come free if you send 2 outside.
Right.
If you send 2 outside tight end, the tailback will get the first one, the last guy come free. So we're gonna throw it on gap protection, we're gonna throw it on the first step, so he ain't gonna get there anyway. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not, anytime we're man, we're gonna take it where we have a step back, we have to hitch up, whatever, then we're gonna go. So you know our timing, you got right, it's a catch and throw, a 3 and throw. All right? If we're gonna do anything 5 yards quick in, it's a catch and throw. Anything's a 10-yard route. A speed cut out, it's at 10 yards, a hook route, it's gonna be a snap, 1, 2, 3 and throw. So it's 3 and throw. If we're throwing a 15-yard route, a curl, a flag, a square in, it's gonna be 3 in the hitch. 1, 2, 3, hitch up, and then throw. At the most, what he'll ever have is say he's waiting on a deeper or square to develop or to run a post, flag post, it'll be 2 inches. 1, 2, 3, hitch, hitch, and then throw. There ain't no time we will ever have more than 1, 2, 3, hitch, hitch, and either he's gone or the ball gone. So it's the time point. So all you gotta count 2.5 seconds. You're throwing on 3, you throw on 3 to hitch, and you're taking it off. That's why I said lineman and pass protection, just get run over slowly. You'll be fine. And just don't, let a guy come free or run around you free. See, this is the second vertical row. It should have came back here. We're in vertical, take you right out on vertical. Will we get everybody else out of here?
So we can throw the ball.
3 days, that's it.
I don't think defense line needs to go outside to hit grass. Over that grass by the softball. A new man.
Here's skinny. Here's the skinny package. I open the tight end, just going to stand block. These guys are showing where they are low. He's got 5 step up wide angle deck. They should be 5. He's not sticking. He should go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get a little stick and then beat it inside. He's throwing his hand up here. He's doing things. See if he goes 1, 2. He only goes 3. You won't go 5. You get a little stick outside and then throw right there in those. This is a man protection because it's nobody.
Yeah, 502. You call it rocket later.
Yeah. You know, different.
What's your signal for rocket later?
Rocket, this stuff, later, this kind of stuff.
That it? 'Cause I'm telling you, that's where I'm trying to go.
Here's a tire block the right way. Guard to come around on the back. Pitch off the end. Now he ought to press the outside. He will cut back. The advantage of the power running this way is your quarterback don't take a beat. We'd rather have the ball.
Yeah, it's no option principle. I mean, you're not blocking, you're reading in. I mean, it's an inverted speed option, but you got to pull in guard coming around there.
We're jab stepping that back, so the time's up. Right, should we? You take this guy's pull, we got it there and there. And some bitches, they do that. I mean, we have one back up right tackle, he stays there the whole time.
That's what I've done with that back, and guns, the other years going around. We're not leaving until the quarterback catches the ball.
Yeah.
That's why I cheated the game a little bit on some things, and when the quarterback has the ball, and then leave. So,
We've done it both ways.
yeah.
And back around, and now the way we have it just kind of jab and go. Because we do so much now with in sprint now, cut on the edge and all that, and just hold it in.
Sure.
We don't ever block the backside end on any of our run play in the shotgun, except for the draw. Draw's the only time we ever block the backside end. So even though you might have 60 box gun, you have 5. It wasn't fair. We get these guys. Yeah, this is why it's a little pressure corner. You get the idea. There he goes. We hide the ball in the hip and just show the open hand. Hide the ball inside the hip. You know what I mean? You don't want to throw it on your hip. So you can see the ball in the hip. Put it on your belly. Who cares what he can see? See the ball on the inside of your hip. This kid can run pretty good. Let's learn. Yeah, they're not.
Bruce, can you copy this? Can you get a copy of this, man?
We'll have a bunch of Rambo limos, I think.
You're doing a lot more than this to get this spring game.
Yeah. See, we have to admit, we lose our tailback, and so we have our top 3 tailbacks not practicing. So that's why we do a lot of overlap, go back with that and kind of works. See, right here, he didn't do a good job of sticking. This is that right here. Lean on the stick. That's how you get separation. I'm big on the stick. Some of our kids here.
We don't wear that. Yeah, we got it. He can go defense. Nah. Is he got, he go down? Go ahead.
It's a little spit.
There's 4 round packages, right? These are all quick games.
Radar monitor.
Yeah, that's, I kind of consider that a screen, but that's, I'm gonna put the whole package in there. Here's your screen. Radar alarm. And we got one what we call 5051, which is our high screen, or the old. Here would be the drop back. No hook. The hook's the same principle's hitch, just a little bit deeper. We're gonna go curl, which is a curl flat. I'll show you what that is. We're gonna run up, which is like your cut route or your Mustang, your hitch flag, your smash route. We're gonna go verticals. That's your drop back. See it?
The bird, what you calling it, is it the package 3?
Yeah, it goes back. That for us is Indy 2 as well. So we can call it draw, we call it Indy 2. Indy 2 Roger is what? This is 32 and 33. So he said Indy 2 Roger, play the line fly. Indy 2 Roger. 13. Indy 2 Louis, Indy 2 Louis.
Did you ever run that number 7?
Always in the gap. The biggest reason probably for the side adjustment. Because it's easy for them to see those guys coming. That's the main ones. Those are the big 5. Other than the short yardage stuff, we run the speed and all that. Now we do the speed option is something we're going to probably run more often or need to run more often. Speed option for us will always run to a weak side. So trips or reel, whatever, we're going to run weak. You can run out Rip and Liz with man coverage, but we're either going to call it the original play call. It's either ram and line or reel deal, and we run to the open side. As I mentioned yesterday, you can only run any weak side run with 3 guys weak. Now, if you give us 4 guys over here, we ain't running. If you got 3 guys over here, we'll run it. Right? But there are some rules with that. Right? The will linebacker is outside the guard. We can't run. Unless he's on the line of scrimmage. If he's on the line of scrimmage outside the guard, then we'll pitch off of him and we'll block it. Zone it. We'll pitch off the will. But we'll full zone it if we have a will outside. If we have the will in there, now we're going to block this way, pitch off again. Zone the backside. And catch the ball, we come downhill right now, and the back gets in pitch relationship. I don't know much about option, but we tell 4 to 1. 4 yards behind me, and 1 yard in front. And always keeping that 4-1 relationship, and that being so we want the back to run through the pitch. In other words, we want him to see the pitch, the ball in the air, and be able to run through it, as opposed to, sometimes the pitch is behind you, whatever. We want him to be able to he's gonna back up, our back has to do this speed option, our back is actually doing this, and then coming downhill and running through the pitch while the pitch is in the air and catches it. Back catches it, goes right now, but outside gets the tag, pitches off again. We don't run with a too deep look. We don't want to count on that block, even though it's good. It's just, we want to run, and for us, it's usually a check. Man coverage, wheel linebacker on the line blitzing, or wheel linebacker. If the wheel linebacker's up here, we'll run at that too. Lock here, and then we go. Can't get to the mic, well, we might be able to. Zone on the backside. Speed option, but always run weak. Now what we see sometimes, some teams run is that bear front. You probably play some teams that run a bear defense. They don't run a bear no matter what. The bear defense, if you line up against, you can't run the zone against that. You can't run the trap against that. You can run the power. All right, it could be tough. All right, you can't run the zone. All right, you can run the draw, but it's man block. You can't block the linebacker. The only place is really good against this. You can run a counter, which you ain't running the counter very much because we need it way down on the list. You can run a little bit of a power, but the speed option is the best way to run against the bear. So speed option is there. To the backside, back, cut off, no, pitch off. And the bear defense, what covers it? 9 times out of 10. Man free. So the only guy that can help you is that free like to run a speed option. That for us was 18 or 19, 18 to the right, 19 to the left. All right. That was also, when we said orange, we would check orange. That was 18 or 19. In other words, orange Louis is 19. Or quarterback say orange Roger is 18. So orange gave him just another way to call 18 or 19. Like that? I'm going to signal that. This is no signal for orange, it's black. When we signal it as a rhythm call, speed option is this. It's like, here comes the option. Ain't worried about it. Yeah. What about draw real quick? That was draw or ND2. Draw or ND2. Okay. Yeah, you can do it. Just whatever, yeah. Speed option. Good play. You can also run a speed option. And we ran this when Sean broke his wrist, his left wrist. We couldn't run the speed option to the left because he couldn't fit his left hand because he had a cast. So anytime we were going to run to our left, we had it as a shuffle option. We blocked the same way up front. He would catch it and shuffle just like the power shuffle and read off the end. So if you don't want to get your quarterback hit as much, you just do the speed option as a shuffle option. So we would signal it out like this. Shuffle. On the backside. Our primary way to do it is to put it back down, he'll back up, but you can shuffle it as well. If I had an unathletic quarterback, I would shuffle it. Because you want the ball to get the backhand. He'll be up to the field. Especially the bear defense, because the bear defense, one thing about the bear, you got their coach defense. That's so much the bear defense better be what? You better be contained duty. If he ain't contained in, then they're in a world of shit. If they're in man coverage out here, and then the Mike linebacker, that's all they got. They got 2-3 techniques in the bear, because they have to be wide and outside. So you know, those ends of bears are usually wide ends. So that means it's usually going to be a pitch.
Coach, we still lost 6-1. You know, what I would tell the quarterback that we're doing that is when we get that wheel displaced out there, he removes, that's what we want to run the shuffle because that end's going to come up the field, and we're
JT out there, most people are gonna just place that little linebacker.
Put him out
Yeah,
there.
and then they'll have a 6-1 inside, they'll have a 5, they'll have a 2 or a 1 there, and they'll have a middle backer over the center. That's what we're running the shuffle right there. 'Cause we're gonna just flash that in, and then go seal that back. And then we're coming outside. and
Who's he
going-
gonna go get him?
Yeah,
Who's blocking him?
there's a guy crack on him, we're shuffling, just running shuffle.
You wanna shuffle on me?
Yeah, so that ain't come up the field.
If that ends up the field, then yeah, they are, they're screwed up.
That's the defense we see more than anything, 6-1. Everything
Usually guys that I would think to be sound in 6-1, would be better come here.
should be the 4 technique.
You might line up in 5.
They don't.
Play around. Yeah, that's the way our defense based on did on spring. And you'll see it on tape. I mean, they're twisting, slant, moving, they ain't nobody ever standing still.
Yeah, you know, that's what we
They
make
got
it
him
out
right
of.
here. And they'll do this and this, or they'll do
Did I see
this
one
and
of
this.
that guy outside? I said, wait a minute.
We saw, they played 2 outside on us, the shuffle option.
They'll bring him under.
They'll do the 2
Claremont
option.
won't do it, but Plano used to bring him under.
Our defense was 7-2 outside on us a lot. But the power, because we were doing, they were running this and this.
Right.
And we was running the power shuffle, we were carrying him down and shuffling all that guy, it was all over. And so they started running a little easy stuff when they were bringing him to wide and him underneath.
See that spring.
Yeah. Doing that crazy stuff.
They used to do it from the standpoint, you know, they know that's a weak gap, and if they don't bring that guy under, that 5 technique, bring somebody under, they know it's a weak gap.
That's, the shuffle is takes you a little bit tight like shit. But that,
What's up, man?
That was the 6th play for us. See, our sweep and our short yardage stuff, I think it's pretty good for us, just because we don't in very much, and I don't think teams prepare much.
Really?
We're just in a
No, we're just running the
too
routine.
tight, too bad. We would run sweep right or sweep left based on the numbers.
Yeah, yeah, we didn't want to do that.
Yeah, 3 things.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We went down with the leagues last night. Yeah.
Corner, free safety, zone safety, Sam, Mike, Will.
Who could do that?
When he did this one for a week.
I don't know. He doesn't do nothing. It wouldn't matter to me. He doesn't do nothing. It wouldn't matter to me.
Block here, cool on the sweep right there. But, we're back on here. Toss it over.
Right, you get a message. How do you get there for it?
Easy. The old true toss sweep.
Some say to you 6, some say to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pull under center, and now they put the Mike linebacker over here. You go the other way.
We're in athletic center and upstairs.
And I said, if we want to run to 4-man side,
I'll go down there and lock
1, 2, 3, 4. You put the Mike over there, it's 5 guys. All we do, this is called R tight and L tight. R and L for us is pro set. R tight and L tight is pro set with tighter tight.
Okay, sounds
It's
good.
called R tight sweep. And all I do is look for where the 5-man side is and we run opposite.
Sounds good, man.
That's,
But
y'all already have enough short yardage up for the headline, I think. That's the run game. All the runs.
what do you think about, I don't think about taking Exxon out of points, getting set.
You wouldn't have a zero though, you don't have any zero, unless I guess you can go into zero.
I just got that blood line.
Indy 1, Indy 2, Indy 3, 4, all at 10. We went to, Grumble went to 11. Indy again was just, that's just another way to call. In other words, you
I
want
like
to have your Indy, the ones you're going to call the most.
Because you're sitting there going, say you go, Indy 4, and you make a Roger Lucy, you don't, defense doesn't know. It's another way to call the foul without having to call,
26.
46 or 47.
Right.
I like that. You want to take a bathroom break, 5 minutes, we'll go back and start,
Let's look at the tape.
let's watch the tape, you want to do that, do that signal yourself? Oh, wait a minute. Check it, somebody got it. Going? Yeah, that's it right there. That's my pen.
Y'all see that? You raise that up.
Crack those onions, crack those skills right there.
This is, spring scrimmages.
That what we watched yesterday?
Yeah, we started to do this. First scrimmage. That's Rick Farr. And just drop it.
How do you call it far? We're calling rip far like
That
that.
is called,
Feel like that?
I guess,
Yeah. Let's rip
Far.
far. Do like that, Mike.
this far,
And then rock. Rock. Right there. Lasers don't go down below.
right, I just going down, right there.
Got it.
And as soon as it just, actually the drop an 8 here is on blitz and drop an 8. Line the 5-man protection cut. We'll run through the nuts.
You have a lot of people spotting the ball a lot in practice and stuff.
Yeah, we have managers. We have 2 managers that put a striped shirt on, and they spot the ball for me every time. They're pretty good. They're just the games too, the away games. They travel with us. And you watch our away, if I have any of our away games, as soon as the play's over, you'll see them 2 old boys sprint and hand up all the fishing. We want them to spot as fast as we can. We don't want them waiting around for the ball when we get the ball. So when that play's over, those guys sprint, and they get the ball and fishing right there ready to play. So we have a rule too. We call Kansas City rule because the Chiefs are one first we heard it off of. Any guy that has a ball, it's running back, quarterback, wide out. When you get tackled, when the play is over, you're not allowed to set the ball on the ground. Give the ref. You got to answer the ref. That's good. There ain't no ball. I was down. No, you hand the ball to the official. Whether you score in the end zone, whether you get tackled, doesn't matter. Spot, you hand the ball to the official. See what happens right here? Here's a good picture of it. The play is over. And right now, I got automatically he's starting to look to find the signal guy.
We got a copy of this tape, Danny?
Yeah.
This one we did yesterday? Where'd you
Yeah.
put that at? Did you give it to me?
It's in your office.
on my desk.
See, here's an example of pretty good time. We'll go line to the boundary. See the umpire step away from the ball, we're already ready. Now this guy's looking lazy. But he's giving the leg kick, they're still getting lined up. We called, this is line to the boundary, we call it to the boundary, power. And probably going to end it too, because it looks like we're going pretty quick as far as line up. And so he's going to call, where he's going to call the line? Away from formation. He's going to call it to the wide side of the field.
Cardi.
26.
Guard screws up right there.
Yeah, he's not supposed to pitch off to the end man on line screen. They twist, and it gets confused, but his eyes should be, if he has a guy on him and outside, that tackle's going to make a wet call. That'll let him know. Well, this tackle ain't making a wet call, so his eyes should never be. His eyes should stay down the second level. If he hears a wet call, then he can expect to find his guy on the line of scrimmage. So without a wet call, I'll be a dumbass. Now, I can see what happened when he was blocking right. It went to the safety. Here's the safety jumping up in him. Oh, that's a little, you said. I don't know what was called originally, but he's calling black. You can see. Oh, he's tapping. Hooks was called and he tapped. So it was rip formation, and we gave him hook signal. So all was called right here was rip, hook. He called the line 60, 34, whatever, 60 something. We got press coverage, so we gave him conversion to tap the outside guys, so now they're going to run verticals instead. But his timing told him 3 and throw on hooks, so still 3 and throw on the fade, or the vertical. 1, 2, 3, throw. I don't know why it's him or X right here.
How far are you throwing the tap downfield?
Well, it depends. If it's hooks tap, that means it's a vertical, and the guy's going to be 15 yards before he looks. If it's a hitch tap, that's a catch and throw, so the guy's going to be 10 yards before he looks back. So you tell your wideouts, if it's a hitch and we convert the tap, there ain't no use if you look back till you get at least 10 yards. This quarterback can catch and throw. If it's a hook tap, you know, where he has to drop back, and you guys will go at least 15 yards before you look back. This quarterback ain't going to get through the steps with that. He's tapping right there. 6-man protection, the back is wrong. My 6-man protection, the back's got in, the tackle's got in. Back block, the tackle's got. The center's got these 3, got these 3. That's why the center and these guys working on the twist. They've got these 3. He would call here, we'll get an ABC call. A, B, C gap. Which one's A gap, B gap, C gap? Is A gap one away? So those two should bump off the twist. Actually, they do. Yeah, they do.
What's the protection square? What's the protection?
6-man protection. 6. And 2 out of bounds. This is before we start giving the finger. We give the leg to the field.
The rip bar?
Rip bar. With a wide out in instead of back. So this is our middle screen to the Y. 50 wide. And there's zone drops. So you got the big column dropping out of the woods right there with the hat up there. Those jabs. Problem with this is the guy responsible for blocking him is the right guard. He's going to set and cut the end. He's going to do a good job. He ain't setting the cut. He's cutting them on line. He's going to set on our screen. He's going to set. Their rule is set, punch, release. We don't get 1,000, 1,002. We tell him set, punch, release. Set, punch, and then release flat. He blocks the guy on the top of the Y. The center will set, punch, release, and block the middle linebacker. The left guard will set, punch, release, and block the backside backer. And the backside tackle is the peel guy. He'll go 1,001, 1,002, and then he'll peel and block the first D line and read it. Right guard. Here's open right. Get the center for open. And all the play was rocket, arrow. Give the rocket signal, give the arrow signal, rocket, arrow, rocket, arrow. Rocket's 5-man protection. Arrow is a route package. He's got the arrow, he's got a bow outside verticals. The linemen are up. Any type of 4 wide open formations, or a 2-point stance unless the quarterback says under. If he says under, he's under center, they get down a 3-point stance. Leo, see him looking over about, he must be a trap. He's looking over, it's Leo formation. And he's going to give him a Xerox signal.
This was a little slower here, wasn't it? Sometimes it's a little slower.
Yeah, if he's not sure, check, it's not Indy. Yeah, he right here, where he's got a
Well,
side.
it's Indy. When that guy pulls off that ball, we're ready to snap it, right?
Yeah, but he can still change the play on Indy too. Like if it's a bad play on Indy, we don't want to run it. Now, if they're blitzing, you got to run. If they're going coverage in, we got to run play the ball, run play or something. You don't want to run it, but we'll still check out if Indy plays. But we'll check a lot faster. But right here, they're zone blitzing, and they're playing cover 4 behind it. We treat it like cover 0, so you can see the guys step up and over, and they start to step back. What we should do is we got an uncovered. We ought to check a lob before we just give them a lob signal. He's looking over. Because the mic's walked up. That's why he wanted to know. There it is, the one we showed you. Ram over, limbo, hurry up, snap it. Tempo's pretty good. Alright. Let's do it, go a little bit fast. This guy wants to jump. Of course, he knows the play. Been practicing it all week. Oh, don't let your ex go get the play. We want to throw the out, but if they jump the out, you don't want to force that.
The bow around, right?
Yeah. Limbo right there. See, that's the only thing I'm always bitching at these guys. See how there's wideouts are ready. See how they're still getting down. Get out, they get set. They're too lazy. You know why they don't get down and stance? They're too lazy. It's always the fat boys that always screw you up. They haven't given the ready for play yet, but still, I don't want to be waiting on them. Now he gives the ready for
That's
play.
universal because it's the same way here.
Now we're going Indy 9. Now we're in pretty good shape. Including ready to play. This is a grease package. Come on, get off the athlete. Get off the guy. Let's get low. See, this X is wrong. He's got an X option. That wheel blitz, he got a slant. See that slant right there? We pitch and catch and throw the slant.
How do you get your Z out here really fast?
They're all slow, coach. He's 5 flat. He's 4 8.
That's the number 6, isn't it?
Yeah, why you got? He catch the ball.
What's the number 3 gonna run on that?
He runs an 8-step out, which should be about 14 yards. We can plant a tree in the middle of the field and run right into it.
Do they ever adjust the routes according to where the backers play leverage on, coach?
No, they'll just read it. If that guy's got an 8-step out and they got a flat defender sitting out there, he'll just stop and hold.
Ram.
It's ram.
Ooh.
Yeah, what do we call this?
336.
336, right? Here we probably call it Indy 7. Indy 7 Roger, ram, Indy 7 Roger, Indy 7 Roger. All right, the back goes off, makes a fade, goes right off the big gap. You have a little carved up knee carved up right there. Block down that gap. And the guard's pulling for support. He's up the field, so you ought to kick him out. Behind the fade, over route, curl route, drag. Yeah, I do.
Joke would be pretty good. And Woody?
Here's the trap. Now we did Xerox it right for 5.
Too flat to the back. That was smooth up.
Yeah, back too flat. But on the track, it doesn't matter as much.
The traffic.
Look at all the traffic, when it comes down. Right part. Just hit and go. We call it Ram, Kansas City Fish and Go. Us is a fish right here, grab your mouth, hit and go. So out of Ram, drop back protection, what would he call? Not 60, because it's tied in the game. Not 560, 260. It's a 260, 34, 260, 34. And he threw that ball too far inside. He got called for holding. This is gap protection. It's these drawing levels. This is C gap, B gap, A gap, all the way down. They're blowing ready for play now. Usually they do a little faster than that, but at least when ready, they blow ready for play. Rio, what do play here? Power, 27. So you'll see 27-34, 27-34. Yeah, that's the guy across his face. Yeah, they get a lot of movement. There's a twist and slam and all that stuff. We ought to be able to clamp that off. Why is it right? That's power. Here comes the guard around. Okay, see, he had his eyes wrong. He's still confused. That's the question. He don't have his eyes on him. You don't block him. Swing your eyes, see it, see him turn right here, see the tight top. Just go. You block the linebacker. You don't block his hands. Watch his eyes. If he don't take a peek at him like, yeah, you're wrong. Go up there and block the linebacker. Linebacker went away, you can go get the safety. At least he did the right thing, not hesitating. Just go east and west. If there ain't no danger, keep running. Tackle somebody down. All right, we got, this is just a sweep there, all right. Just cut out there, in and out. There's your Rocky. Block down, kick out. You have to press it further outside. See, there you go. Just get off the hip. Right off the hip of 33. And then hammer your way up in there. That'll be clear pattern. This is what we call ram hip. It's a ram formation. We take another fullback or a tight end, put him in a hip position, and all we do is full zone it. This is 36. We call 86, 36, but out of hip, they all know it don't matter what the front is, they full zone it all the way across, and we try to bang it or bounce it. He tried to bend it, that's why he's wrong. So he called 36, 17, or 86 Roger, 86 Roger. Holds on. Yeah, we screwed up and walked it back. Same thing. You have to be bending it down and stopping it outside. And they're playing with the line, so we just go. Just a little quick side step.
You bring those big guys down, they just, go on stuff, they just run right in.
Yeah, run right in, get lined up.
I run.
Okay, now this is Rip Farr and Rocket was called. Okay, so we had all hitches, and they got man across the board, so we gave him slant safety. So catch, throw. Throws a little bit low here. 5-man protection, set, cut. Run. Oh, yes. Our first play is, see, there's first of all, right here. Our first play for sidelines is always an Indy race. In other words, you know, our first play in the series, they always sprint out there and get fired up as quick as they can. So the first play is always an Indy play. It's always Indy tempo. So they would be graded down, not pretty ready. We had Rocky call, the other sideline, the guys give the slant signal. Well, you should take the lineman on the line. I've got the line same spot every time. Exactly. Like Randy hit me at 36. There you go. You only went 3 steps. Let's go 5. 1, 2, 3. You gotta go 5. Don't be impatient. Go 5 steps, show your numbers, and then go. Get some go. Yeah, terrible. Quick game. Center. They do a lot of two-handed stuff on there. The corners, a lot of two-handed, quick jam. Oh, yeah, it's all two-handed. Oh, so. And he's got, our center, this is the first time he's ever played shotgun. He's terrible. He finally got a little better against playing shotgun snap. But he had a tendency just to float it. I mean, just bring it back to him. That's what Joe Moore was doing yesterday. Tell him to snap it hard, and eventually he'll get his accuracy down. Here's the forward fake out of back into quarterback. This is the same. He's got to cut across. First off, he's a line too tight. Yeah. Now we run that same 336. This is what we call it H formation. We don't run it very much, but if it's a man team, we run that same 336 with dragon tight end, curl, hitch, but we bring another tight end to run up or over across and serve as a pick guy. So he's gonna run across here 5, and he's gonna run across 4. Look like a big old traffic jam in there. And so he's gonna get this guy picked off for him. Hell, they want to get out. Run that back. There's an extra guy now too. Yeah, our center. Look at your center. We got a center on the vertical route. Them guys didn't call it. Them ACC pitching. Watch our center. He's supposed to, all he's supposed to do is block back. He blocks, turns the wrong way, comes downfield. He's being on post route. These are engineers, too. I think this is what we call jet. Face a slant. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, come back out. 1, 2, 3. Then 2 steps. This is a good adjust, especially inside of 10. We throw a bunch of slant routes. What we call jet. It goes like a slant. It goes 3 steps, and then it comes right back out. We scored in Florida State against it. This kid only went 3 and 2. You got to go 3 and really sell the slant for 3 and then come back out. Quarterback can take 3 steps and throw. Of course, this soft snapping screwed it up. 1, 2, 3, throw. Pretty fast throw there.
I think everyone's working. Once you can go to the pitch on it, go for your red zone offense, you know, what you guys get inside the corner, what are you looking at? Goal line offense, or inside the 5, what are you looking at? I know you talked about some of it, but
Yeah. Here's Rio. Here's the play. This is 27, so Rio power. Signal was Rio and then just power. And you call him 27. And what happens is this guy winds up, like I said, we got all kinds of moves and stuff. He's going to go across the town, but it winds up being a wet call. So the guard ought to pull, when he pulls on the wet call, he don't block the end on line of scrimmage. Got to cut that guy right there.
so once you go to your 2-minute offense,
No,
now get behind, try to go down and score.
you saw.
But that's just saying, I mean, about what route?
All India.
On what route? You know, what you practice good against it, practice the meetings, what you, how you do all that.
Like that. always say, wet that guard can come around and seal that in. Pitch off the wide guy. Here's where, part of the deal coming out. That's what we like to do coming out. And this is 30. Go vertical, change wide out, go vertical, change wide out, go vertical. Especially for a man. This old boy about a third vertical will be assed out, tired, taking him out. They ain't gonna sub their DBs. Most teams are. So you can sub your wide outs and get them tired. So here we're gonna throw vertical. We got the perfect. We didn't complete it, but this boy's tired. Look at him. Oh man, he's sucking there. Go do it, hurry up, do it again. Indy. 263. Running vertical. Hurry up. Oh, he's waiting too long. Run it. He's tired. This guy was a 5'2" guy running by him. But he didn't throw it to him, he threw it to the other guy. Those deep at least once a quarter. 4 times a game minimum, at least once a quarter. Go vertical. This is when they were sticking us. Puts in those guys, zone drop, and we should just do the side adjustment out there. We'll get that later on.
Got some good zone blitzes, though.
Yeah, but against us, we kind of hurt them with the little. Here's that Indy 9, the crease package out of what we call bunch. This would be Leo bunch. They actually line up a little too tight balls in the middle of the field. They should be lined up right out here.
They're like the club, we call clubs, that are hand tied, right?
Yeah, we don't even do that anymore. That was just a one-time deal. But we do this bunch. Now, we do this a good bit. A real
How
bunch.
far should they be out there?
Well, if the ball's on the left hash, they would do right. If the ball's in the middle, they should be about right here.
Between
Plus 5.
They line up there, between number and half.
Yeah. Plus 5 outside the hash. And all this is non-package. He has an outside release vertical. So he's got to keep going outside. He should chase outside even more. He has the stop route, that's the H. The Y is the 8-step out. It's like he always does. All right. Look what happened. That's our slice, is all that is. The corner jumped the stop route.
No jumping? Yeah.
And he sees it.
Pretty much, yeah.
He goes behind him. Just 99. 89 millimeters. All back.
What rat is that?
9
Crease, what do you call it?
Crease package out of bunch.
You ever T-bake on that?
No, because we use the back to help on the printout.
That's great.
Yeah, we always put the. Alright, what route this is right here? Showed me yesterday. Rip wing formation. Sneak. Back to sneaking out. 4 vertical.
Third pack, the 3 package.
3 package sneak.
That's a good little route out there.
Vertical, 2 yards outside the hash, 2 yards outside the hash, sneak drop. Alright, now wind up being in cover 3. Cover 3, just play out the safety. Safety's in the middle, he's not packed either way, they're in the middle.
You've got to get some.
He's going to be 3 and throw. 1, 2, 3 and throw. Right to his hand.
You see a lot of dime, a lot of
A lot of nickel
backs.
More nickel than
More
dime.
nickel than dime.
Yeah, we don't see the dime because we're, because of the run game, but we see a lot of nickel. Drop the ball.
Right. You almost have to get, get at least 5 cover guys, or you need at least 3 corners. And that
No
makes
team,
4.
shit, there ain't teams in the NFL got 5 good DBs, so I know they ain't. They put that 5th guy in, and that means he's a second teamer. We can put a second teamer in a game. Here's skinny package. This is our open rocket skinny.
We'll have our quarterback kind of give a little fight to that.
What's that?
We'll have a good little shoulder fake, that radar and throw it. Alright?
Yeah, I wouldn't go too long with the fake because you'll wind up throwing the timing be off. Right. What you want to do there, ideally, after he's not sticking very good. He's just throwing his hand up like some junior high guy. So I'm hoping, Mom, Oh, y'all throw it in. So you go 5 steps and stick. And then after he goes 5 steps and stick, take 1 step, the ball will be on the flight.
That's where we were at last year. We run that bubble so much, we call it bubble and go, and just pop and go.
See here he's going, the play's over. See, the play is over. See how he's already starting to run. He's a Z. Where's the Z line up 9 times out of 10? Wide side of the field, right? The play ended on this hash. Go ahead, start running on over there, because you're probably going to be on the other side. There's the quarterback looking, getting the signal. Of course, the linemen, I'm sure Ron talked about them getting up, chasing the ball. That's where we're going to be anyway.
That helps.
There's your power. Liz, 27, call run to the field. They got a little twist game going on there for chopped in. G the guard around for the back of there. You go. What the hell? Get your eyes up on him. He's looking confused. That goes in close. That's how you can throw for 80%. That's about the easiest pass play you'll ever complete.
That counts too, doesn't it? Backside tackle got big gap, right?
Backside tackle. Yeah, he got to protect big gap.
Big gap there.
Big gap, protect, and climb. Post drive, backside, back. We actually got an extra dude right here. Backside, back. Play side, back was all over here.
Well, I like that one.
It's good against the twist. See, you'll get very little, especially all in athletic. You'll get very little outside twist. Because if they get outside twist, you kill them on sprint out. So what they do is they get the ends wide and they do the inside game. Slant, twist, angle, all that kind of stuff. With a power, anytime you have a post drive technique, you're in pretty good shape against the twist or power. You can tackle and stay there and protect. That was one of the reasons why we added it. And play. Seems like a twist over defensive game. But that's just Rocky. When he calls Rocky, when he calls Rocky Keith, he just says Rocky. He don't tell anybody but the back. Just so the back's not surprised when he doesn't get the ball.
And your short yardage, you like to line to get on the ball.
Yeah, the right guard and the left backside tight end to get up there. But he didn't tell anybody other than the back.
Quarterback is pretty good there, isn't he?
See, our defensive line, they roll every 4 plays, 0 dubs. They roll in and out, they're tired of it. Open formation, open right. See, in this scrimmage here, our top 3 tailbacks are out. That's why we did a lot of no backs and tackles. We didn't have anybody top 3 tailbacks. One of them was gone, was at a function, the other 2 were hurt. He was skinny. Terrible route. No stick. Should be rocket protection, 5-minute cut.
What's your signal for 260?
Well, we don't even have to call it usually because on the Ram, he knows it's going to be the drop back.
Got it.
Ram the line.
If you do a drop back pass out of rammer line, that's going to be 260. Got it.
But we give him this gap signals. Gap signal.
There's never a time out of a Rio or the Middle River there. that you
260, no. Either 60 or 560.
Got it.
That's easy. station, all our linemen are down, we're in gun except the open side tackle. When it's at 2 points in. That's so he can vertical set easier and drop back fast. Open side.
Why would you put all the rest of them down in the gun?
What's that?
Why would you put them down in the gun?
Because we do, most of the time we run, run game or zone play. So that's okay. The toughest guy is the open end tackle when we fought when we get. That, so it makes it easy. There's a vertical. There's a fast snap, but it's just 1, 2, 3 and throw. 1, 2, 3 and throw. We got that. Now we run a verticals out of ram and line. We call the vertical package go. It's just a 3-man vertical. A Y is the middle of the field. The X is outside vertical. The Z is outside vertical. So if they have a shooting blitz, you actually hit the Y down the middle. When we call it, it's usually you throw it to the X, to our bell cow, our best guy. But we pick those to the Y. I don't have that ball. You do that for too far inside. See, we're doing it again. See, watch your corner get tired. He just made a play. He tried to make a play. We ran it again. Vertical, vertical. He's deep. Oh, that might have thrown up by him. He's a lot faster than him. And here, gap protection doing this. This is just that zone blitz cover. Look at all that crazy stuff. Guy coming in there, the big palm dropping out of the woods right there. You know, your jab. Talk about making a play on the deep ball. That's, I mean, making a play on the deep ball when you're fresh, and making one when you're tired. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, because 23 just ran, he's tired. 1, 2, 3 and throw. Throw it outside, give you a chance. Yeah. 23 come right back in the next play. And if 23 goes back up in there, and that quarterback, and that corner line looks 20 yards deep each time, we just go cook. I think it's yeah. See, we're doing a lot of ace on this because we're going to tailback. This was actually a hitch call and tackle. That'll be catch and throw. No, we had hooks called. So it's 3 and throw. 2-6. This is a slip screen. We just put this in this fall or spring. This is more for a man coverage team. What we do is we slip the back underneath. They block 5-man protection. Well, everybody else blocks 5-man protection. And our wideouts cracked. Man coverage, we cracked, figuring they'd take their man down there. Well, they're in zone here, so he's got to crack the ladder to get that guy. So we still crack whether it's man or zone. And back and slip out. But it's better versus man. It's going to be just a man call for us. We'll check 2 versus man coverage. Rick Farr, junior college, 4 and ace.
Now, Ron, talk a little bit.
Reading on 4th grade level. He did. This is how bad it was now. This guy's practiced it for a week and a half. Yeah, he's doing all right. We started at guard, and then we moved inside with tackles easier. Still with our 3 or 4 practices, Ron comes and says, "You're not going to believe it." That's what. He said, we were calling Indy 9, and he was blocking all 80s, no matter what the play was. And I said, "What about Roger and Louis?" He said, "He didn't think that meant anything." So he was blocking Indy 9 Roger and Indy 9 Louis the same. He said, "What's that Roger and Louis mean?" Oh, shit. Yeah, you can't assume, that's what I said. You can't assume anything. Your kids or our kids. I think this is just a hook, yeah.
Brett Farr.
Yeah, all right, tackle.
Be radar, MC coach.
Yeah, but if we have
That
that
look,
covered,
it's gonna run.
a lot of times we'll
Looks
run.
and itchy, it's gonna run.
He just do that bad. Yeah, tackle, right tackle's an end to end, right? Big arms, big yell at him. They get their light, probably when you go. Okay. Indiana, what are you doing, thinking?
Oh, God, KO the quarterback.
Yeah, they hit that guy with purple jersey a few times. They're supposed to hit him.
Now he dropped the ball. And he should.
Yeah, that guy. That's snapping that ball everywhere. Now this was dark. Look at it. Tackles is caving down. And he'll pull. Now penetration, left tackle. Here's Limbo, here's Ram over Limbo real quick. You can tell it's in it because we just barely got it on tape. Limbo, hit the out. See, they're running over to chase the cover. See the left tackle? What is he doing? He's supposed to zone reach. He's purple setting. Brady. He don't want to be a quarterback target. This is zone reach. Now you know what's wrong with working with it. But don't assume our guys are a whole lot smarter than yours, because they ain't. This kid's daddy is Jim Washburn. He coaches for the Titans.
Oh, really? You played Arkansas?
His brother plays at Arkansas.
What number is he?
Brady, 77.
Yeah.
Don't know have no football sense. Oh, man.
Yeah, Jim used to recruit here when he was at Arkansas.
Is that right?
Yeah. And he went to Houston.
Yeah, he went to Houston, then he got on with the Titans. Things worked out great for him. Here's Open right. This one, when we knew we had to go to the finger, is watch the leg kick. And then they stem. So we said we just
line
line
up
up.
right now.
Yeah, we had a little arrow, didn't we?
You just give him the finger.
Oh, no, we got this is up. We got up called, the up package, and with scat, we should have him doing a shoot. A 2D look. Yeah. We got him scattered. Quarterback, you don't want to throw the ball in the middle versus the big comps. You don't throw them either. All right, here they come. 1, 2, 3. They come cars. Here's Rip Wing. We got a wide on it. He needs to be a little bit tighter. Oh, boy, Brady. There's the guy. Brady Washburn. Now they're coming, we're just checking Rocket Bow. Now this is the back, this is actually a bit wide, he did a good job here. Quarterback just told him it's Rocket. The back, it has no responsibility or protection. He just told him to stay. Stay in and block to help out. They're running both packages. 4-step out, vertical, 4-step out. This pitch and catch, wide open. He can't play dead in Washington.
He can't play dead in the Western. That's a good one.
All right, let's get back. Running trap, 3 technique. Well, I have a play. Let's see. Probably twist it. We just cave him down in there, and we'll go ahead and bring around the outside. Wide out the heel block. That's probably 81. So that's 82. Okay, now here's that same zone blitz, and that's what I mean, they're just running regardless of formation. We got guys uncovered. We didn't check out because we're gonna flood the zone anyway. Right. So just take it, go the stop route. Spread out, never mind. Change the play to something. We have man coverage. Dark split. I think he wound up calling, for some reason, he called it 23. It's got to be the one technique, so it's got to be 22. And see, it's kind of against, this is kind of against the rules. So, because we really shouldn't run, we shouldn't run the play because why? There's 4 weeks, right? Kind of know with this defense here, this is an old Nebraska defense, like an old swarm front, where they got this guy has him man-to-man. So if I line up and I kind of do that, main coverage. With the dart, with the flip action, we get him out of position far enough to have a positive play. But normally we don't want to run it. See, he's unblocked. He makes a play. The reason he makes a play is because he's 4 weeks. But they actually got him enough, gave us enough room. Now, if you run it out of ram and line, the dart, the tight end needs to protect on the backside end. So you don't read it out of ram and line. We don't read that in because you got a tight end protect. So he ought to protect him, protect the B gap. I don't know if he does right here. All right, yeah, he does. Protect the B gap. You're in good shape. But we had 4 weeks, so we really shouldn't run the play. Okay. Yeah. That's just,
Line, yeah.
line hip, it's just full zone, find a hole, it's first down. It's a short yard play. Second and 2, third and 2, goal line. Jumping. We always go easy pace with it, fast. You know, with the zone, there's no man, there's no call. It's just full zone. It's really not a real good stick. You need to see how he gets, he's a little undisciplined. That's why this kid will be a first rounder next year. If they're hard to get drafted in the second round, if he gets disciplined on an ounce, he'll be a first rounder.
Is that your open right?
Yeah, he needs to stick and lean. He needs to lean that side and come across.
That's skinny.
Skinny. Rocket skinny.
What's your shape for skill? How far is that with that?
Yeah, we ran the belly just to let the fullback be happy. We won't run it again this spring. Keep him lean in case we need him on sort of a ram hip. I think it's. Yeah, this was 436. 400's a naked, so we block the run and don't go downfield. So obviously, on this formation, we're heavy, 90% half run, so we just run 436, block the run. The route is the same, but it's 336. Except when we're on the hip, and on the hip we drag him, we send a tight end first. So I think we can do that off. We're going to change that back to tight end drag. But give your naggies and stuff we do with a little, what's his name, Marlon? Showing the open hand. Ram hip, and that's what first things to look for when I watch team on defense is how late do their defensive linemen get down the stance? Do they have their hands on their hips? If they do, in either case, that means them little boys naturally ain't in shape, ready to play. We'll play some teams, Cincinnati, Lou, he was Syracuse. We played Syracuse a couple years ago. Them little boys had their hands on their hips. They'd be barely down, getting their stance. I said, hey guys, ain't shake. Now, you played Army, them some bitches are 4-point stance waiting on you. Bring it on, buddy. You've been training for 4 hours this morning. When we started. We done marched 8 miles. Gee, this is a piece of cake. And they're only about 235 pounds. But them suckers are in shape. You can get down with Jack.
I got over there 4 or 5 now. Remember that fullback we had?
Yeah, I got Jack.
He's a Green Beret, special forward. Yeah, we had 4 or 5 now this morning.
I was telling her the bear front, that's what you see on the goal line, the best players against the bear, the power's okay, so the speed option, toss sweep.
That's the reason why we're at toss.
All right, this is Rick. Okay, this is the switch package. This is a man, when you get a lot of man coverage, you're obviously worried about rub-offs. So on the switch package, I ran this a bunch. Well, I ran more gloves than I did here. All he does is he has a landmark 10 yards deep, outside over Discover 3. The X get a quick throw between 5 and 8 yards. You can just pop it right there, almost like a slant route. All right, if this guy plays over the top, towards cover 3, then he will pull up at 10 yards. That's when we kill people, especially in Glowman, with the pull-up. They play cover 3, and he go behind, and you just pull up at 10 yards, turn inside the quarterback. Our quarterback's timing, I didn't show you this route yesterday, but our quarterback's timing is a catch, look for the quick throw. If it ain't there, then take a quick 3 and read it. Now, if he's going to go deep, in other words, if right here, man coverage, if his guy gets rubbed off in the mesh, after he meshes, he throws his hand up. Let the quarterback go, and I'm gone. I'm going deep. So watch what happens. He gets picked off on the mesh. Throw your hand up. I'm going deep. And quarterback, he wastes too much air on it. You got to put a little less air on that right there. But it's the same old deal. When man coverage, if you got 2 wideouts, Todd, to the side, you got man coverage. They better do what?
They better be on different levels.
They better be on different levels, right?
Yeah.
See, these guys are on different levels.
Yeah.
So we tell the quarterback, this man, same level, somebody's getting rubbed.
That's right.
And that's what happens.
Well, that was that crap at that cornerback. Terrible at him, too. That's the one that did on the play action one ago. Cost me 3.
Number 3, yeah, he's a freshman. He can hit a bad day. He got bad at this. So they see our boy get down late? Yeah, boy. Hey, tired.
That ball. He ain't getting off that ball very good either. They won't let it go.
Tired.
They get tired. I like it, little 6.
He's tough.
There's a big old kind of fat little kid.
Fat, dummy looking, sorry, slow. He gets the ball. And he knows this. He knows his ability. He's one of those guys, that's it. You catch the ball, he's going to line right up the field. He ain't going to dance, he ain't going to do nothing. He's going to get what's there. This is it, that line here. Especially when this play is the most effective, when they get tired, like we run and get a big play or whatever, we like to jump right in there, especially short yards goal line, and get it line hit. Line hit 56. This full zone, hand the ball off, and just run right here. Like I said, he presses the outside, hitting the tackle, and just run the daylight.
Your switch route, that's your 6-pack.
6-pack. We put a hand. That always happens. DB gets beat. My hand. Ooh, it's my hand. Trader. We did that on purpose that time. 10 guys on the extra 20. See if the holder is counting right. There. I think this was limbo. Yeah, open. Press back into the 3-yard marker. Give him a chance to make the play. cover. We can throw radar, we can throw hitches, and see if we have something built in. Now we're throwing slants. We're better off just throwing a hitch or a thing. Hitch or a radar. You don't want to throw a slant, even though right here it looks like it's cover zero. It's not. It's zone blitz. You don't want to throw a slant into the vehicle.
You got thirds, if you go package tickets, it seems like the two deep safety, whether it be quarters or half, or you want to shoot.
You know, we have 4 verticals, we have stick, we have a wide on tubing it in. See what I mean? So, we need to change the rule with that. But that's what we do with the up.
Right.
We call up, we shoot him, or we scat him.
Right.
Based on whether it's a single safety or 2 safety.
Right.
Or man cover.
See what birds are in
Yeah.
Really have to.
Very
How
much.
do you line up?
You stay in
Three
2 deep.
and two?
If you stay in 2 deep, then you got a guy covered. Or you only got 4 in a box and you're going to draw on that.
Yeah, if they're playing, they can't play staying in two deep. They have to be a man. There's no way they stay in two deep unless they totally displace their linebackers because of the numbers.
What about one back?
No
There's
wonder
a
they
mix.
stay in half.
Here's the power. This guy's a little bit gimpy, but here's it's running. It might have been 27 call. Yeah. But you want to run away from 4. You know, they got 4 guys over here, and no linebackers over here. So we got 3 on 2. We got numbers. They all have to play. Here comes the power. Ball with a snap or a pitch. Pull around on backer. We hit out the ball with the pitch. Power with the power. Yeah. Power would gain 10 more yards. I don't know what we really call, but we checked for the power.
What about clapboard? It's opening up bigger again.
Because he got confused. He think we was wanting to make an orange call, an orange signal, and we didn't want to check for it. Check. Here's the arrow. This is a real good route.
Open left.
Open or either on a, like I said, on an open, or we run on a line with P-fake. That line with P-fake draws that back, and then we throw it on open. Sometimes you get a lot of inside leverage, and you just popped out there. 7, 8 yards every time. Split like that. There ain't a whole lot of time where he dropped back in on that ball. Catch and go. I like that. There's a dark flip.
Twist out there.
Yeah, and the right guard is screwed up. You block the 3 technique, right? 3 technique goes away, you just block the guys coming back. You block them, you protect them B gap, not, you know what I mean, not the 3 technique, you protect B gap. What the hell are you doing? If you just stayed in B gap, right guard, we look at the graph. Look at the flow here, backwards.
Going down.
Oh, man. This wideout is screwed up. See, he shouldn't do this unless the quarterback tells him to do this. He just has a buzz. He should be blocking it. So we're okay with the play, a full week. He reads the end. The end came inside, but if there's a twist, he'll see a white jersey outside. If you see the white jersey outside, you're fine. Right guard's screwed up. This is a red formation. Oh, this was a slip screen to the back, and he didn't run it. Right part. All right, hit him right back in the head. Go hard, make it hurt. sometimes if you want to get JT out in the field, you send Ram to the boundary and run your verticals. Now you got a little bit more room to operate out there. Right. He's going to slow up the ball right here. But all this is Ram 263. Like formation like that.
Throw the vertical coming out.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, my hand, you see? There's Todd. Todd, there you are. Oh, my hand. Oh. Lose your hand. It didn't start tightening up until you realized it wasn't catching. Then all of a sudden it got tight. 1, 2, 3, and throw. He thought it pushed out, but he just went on top of it. He didn't know how to play the default.
he calls faster. It's back
They
there.
ever put two guys out there on that guy? It's like,
Ooh. Ouch. There.
They ever give him any help out there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they'll get right up. When they double him, they're outnumbered in the run game, or they're outnumbered. That's what helps, on the power play. When you keep the free safety over the X, you have no run support from the safety on the power play. You know what I mean? So you kind of get them one with another. When we get him to double our X, then we got everything to the Y side of the field. Trips, 89, or power plays, or field, and all that kind of stuff. Watch this kick, man. I don't think he gets this ball up. He hits it a couple times. Little line drive.
Some of the guys, they almost stand there.
Yeah. Let's see how high this ball gets. Yeah,
It's 71.
It's 71 right in the ass. Boy, that was our starting kicker last year. The guy that missed the field goal the last play of the game before state. I told Tom, it was 4th and 1. He said, let's kick it. Go to overtime. I said, do what? Kick it. You kidding me?
And he missed it up.
Yeah, 37 yards. Let's go for it. 4th and 1. I started the play call. Play action pass, brother. He's going for the kill. You get too many opportunities to beat them boys. No close. Crease. If we run the crease out of random line, sometimes we run it with a tight end to get help on the edge. Then it becomes a 6-step out. Everybody else is saying vertical, edge or slant. And it becomes a 6-step out instead of an 8-step. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he's kind of squaring it off too much. I'd rather speed cut it out. The quarterback will throw it on 5 steps. See if he throws it on 5. Catch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Outside guys vertical.
Outside release every time. 100%. Tighten the coverage, lower the throw. Do that one a little bit lower. Okay, this is what Indy 9, same call. We had a couple big plays on this in the last few years. Indy 9 trail. This is the trail package off that Indy 9. He should be wide. He should be at the bottom of the numbers. Anytime we sprint out, he's at the bottom of the numbers. Now he's going to run, instead of running a vertical, outside release, and run a 9-step thick. In other words, outside release, and run a thick post. 9 steps, boom. He's going to run just like he would a crease, 6 steps and out, but he's going to go 6, 5, and then up. So look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, look out, and then turn it up the sideline. And they're jumping that out like right here, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 5. We did a couple big plays on that. We had Virginia, we had it on 3rd and 30. When George Wells about quit. Yeah, 3rd and 30 with the trail. What's that? See how we always wait on a change rule. We want to change rule fast. See how we're already, the play is over? Everybody's still getting lined up. Officials still running the place. We got to be set. Come on, get ready. Something happened, took too long. See, we call limbo. We waited around too long. We allowed them to get set. And you know that's a rule now. When you break contain, last year we got called for it twice. Break contain, we threw the ball out of bounds, up in the stands. Y'all want to do it, they call it intentional grounding. I knew that was screwed up, but this year they changed the rule. If you break contain, your quarterback is going away out of bounds. It goes 12 rows up completions, but the ball's got to be beyond line of scrimmage. So that's the NFL rule. You know, protect the quarterback, let him throw it away. Left tackle screwed up there. Yeah. Well, we got limbo, and he's going to make a solid. Let him know I'm here to help you. On the outside guy, you can stay on the end. Lock on the end, I'll pick the outside guy. Here's Rio bunch. Here's what the lineman would be. The ball on a hash, he's 1 yard outside the hash. That's the Z, that's the Y, that's the H. Here comes that zone blitz big home. See, this is before we did the side adjustment with the wideouts. He ought to be giving these guys a radar signal. If that guy blitz, he's just going to turn and throw it to him. Yeah. Here's that up with the fake and the shoot. Let's see, there's safety in the middle, so we already should shoot him. We should spot him up or scatter. Then he busts it. He should go 3 steps and stop, like this guy. See, that's he's really stupid. He could have saved all that energy. Instead of running 30 yards, just did 3 steps. One thing about when you tell your quarterback your timing, 3 and 2 hitches. All right? And if you're going, the ball's gone, if nobody's open, that probably means they dropped everybody. You got all kinds of room to run. Now here on the up, he has to count his first step up as a hitch, then he goes 3, and hitch up, 1, 2, 3, hitch up, and then take off. They're dropping 8 guys. That boy's up there. He tried to say he had him.
Is there a reason why the defense line so far off the ball?
Yeah, they got called for offsides for about 3 or 4 times already.
Okay.
There was a pitching at it. You know what he did, how he got him offside? He was watering.
Yeah.
They were tying up on a snap, and so he was giving them some water, and them dudes were just jumping. So now, what happened? They got off the ball, so who wins? We win, right? We done got what we wanted, we got them off the ball.
There's a slant, too.
Yeah, we got a trap, we're trapping the nose is tight, so we're trapping with the center. Who came off the block right here? The guard. What are you doing, left guard? You got a bust. They're tired. You see they're tackling. How bad they're tackling. Pick up, hand on his hips. Second one.
That's your Rocky.
See what happens? We get a lot of people wrong on this. Or not on the dive in our ankles. That causes it down there. We could have ran them to keep again, couldn't we? Now, we'll never learn. Look at that. Son? Freshman. Now, here's Leo Wing. Yeah, just
You know, the headsets when you're scrimmage.
yeah, I do, just to get them in the habit of seeing the receiver coach signal, all that kind of stuff.
What do you do?
Just count and shuffle. it's good to have, if you're gonna have a scrimmage, to actually have your, get out the box, up the bugger, help them read, so you can have them. Cause you gotta make your calls, you gotta make your play call so fast. And then you get a, quick 5-second window or so where if you're gonna change your play, you gotta decide to change it. You don't wanna mill around and think, well, should I change it, should I not, and you gotta go with it. See, here was Rambo. See how what happened here? We took too long. This guy was uncovered, so we're checking Rambo. He's going kind of spastic on me. 1, 2, 3, go.
What's your signal for Rambo?
Tying a thing around it like that movie. Sylvester Stallone.
And then limbo.
His left arm limp. And when they hear it, they know it's automatic at any pace. All right, here is a naked off the counter, which we could do, we'll probably do it now, just a dart, we'll just pull the tackle. He's supposed to slam and go to the flat. He's got a curl, and he's got a seam. Look at the backside safety. He's hanging there for run support to the fake. Look at the seam right here. Just get off of him and get the seam. That's what we hit against Florida State to get the second half, about 40 yards. True negative. I'm going to watch the spring game a little bit later on. Just watch it. See what kind of questions you have.
What's it take to see your practice? Are you going to go to the red zone offense?
Well, I'm just going to get practice.
Yeah, so
Meeting time, how much time you spend on it. All right, we would have to go, say we were stretching. Say flex, everybody's out there flexing or whatever, 3:30, all right? Hours for 15 minutes before, 3:15. We either do exchange, or we call it TTO. And more likely during the season we would do that. Exchanges, quarterback, centers, running backs, going through your handoff, your snaps, your exchange, and all that kind of stuff. All right. TTO involves the entire offense. This is just quarterbacks, centers, and running backs. So we'll do all the exchanges for all the running backs. We get all that done before practice. TTO is the whole group. And we line up on the 10-yard line or the 5-yard line, depends on how pissed I am. And here's the goal line. And offense will be on the left hash, and we'll run a play, and then the second group will run a play, and if you have a third group, they'll run a play. They run the same play. So in other words, we have one offense on the 10-yard line, they run rip 26. And the next group will run rip 26, next group will run rip 26. And by the time they got to run full speed through the end zone, and they jog back, and they get in the middle of the field, they run, and they go to the other half, and they run another play. So we do that so we'll incorporate our exchange into that. And then if we have any new plays, or anything to kind of walk and talk through, whatever, all right, like defensive fronts and all that kind of stuff, we'll do that at that 15-minute period as well. So we might do 5 or 10 minutes of walk and talk, showing them, well, this is what the defensive front's going to be, show the scout team what it's going to be like, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll do 5 minutes. Any trick plays we're going to add for the get that week, we usually add a trick play or 2 every week. We do during 15 minutes before practice. And those practice starts, that's all we get. So it's exchange, PTO, or walkthrough. But we're always out 15 minutes before practice starts. This will be trick plays, fronts, whatever. But we want to make sure we get some kind of exchange, quarterback, centers, running backs, done prior to practice. we had a meeting time, say we usually meet, now we meet, depending on class, we got a 4-hour block of time, but we might meet at, 2 o'clock, or 2:15, whatever, and that's all individual. Watch the practice tape the day before, watch her go over game plan stuff.
How long you get for that? I mean, how long you take that? How long you get?
Well, if we have a 4-hour window, we go 2 to 6. We might say, it might be 2:15 to 6:15. And then, we'll say, well, if you're out of class early, you come up at 2 to 15 minutes extra or something.
But how long is that meeting there for, man?
This one here, it's about 45 minutes.
45 minutes.
You gotta go good 45 minutes, give about 15 minutes to get your stuff on, get out on the field. And put your shoes on and be on the field, ready to go. Now, the quarterback's different. Anytime, the first 3:15 here, we're always 10 minutes prior to that, so it's 3:05. So we'll be always 10 minutes of throwing and catch. We'll get all our warm-ups and throwing done before that. Not the quarterbacks. So I got less meeting time with them, but we made it up on them. Or volunteer time. So, the way we practice, like say, I don't have a practice schedule. I can send you one of our practice schedules. But we'll do, the first 15 minutes of practice is always for our special teams. It's always extra point field goal, 5 minutes, and punt for 10. Every day. And while that 15 minutes is going on, a punt, it's about 15 minutes. It might be long, it's untimed, but it's usually about extra point field goal, punt. The O-linemen, people who are involved in that, which is usually all the O-linemen, all right, quarterbacks, and most of the wide receivers, any skill guys, any of the skill guys are with us, and we do quick game throws. Kind of like you were doing yesterday, we line up in the formation, we throw hitches, we throw slants, we throw, skinnies, whatever. We got about 10 minutes, 15 minutes of that. We have about all the wideouts when we do this. We have all the quarterbacks. When we go punt, we lose a few of the wideouts that are on the punt team, but we have everybody else. So we'll have tight ends here and throw arrows, we'll have backs here and throw scats or sneaks, whatever. But all we're doing is we're doing all the quick throws for 15 minutes. The O-linemen, they're already started their individual. Sometimes Ron will go out 15 minutes before that and start doing his ladders and shoes and all that stuff. But those are the first 15 minutes of practice. In the spring, that's period 1, 2, and 3. In the fall, we don't time it because it might take a little bit longer to install and go over the computation. So in the fall, we went period 1. It starts right with individual. So if we would have 24 periods on a heavy day, I'm talking about a full pad day, if we had 24 periods, we probably would have, say, an offensive team, work backwards, 24, 23, 22, 21. Reggie always wants 40 minutes, 45 minutes a team. He likes more teams than I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are 6 people there. And then skeleton, I'm having a count with this one. We usually only have about 20 minutes of skeleton. But our 20 minutes of skeleton, we'll get 30 minutes of plays in. In other words, most out of the 5-minute period, what I'll script is set this is how I script it. I can send you our practice schedule. If you had a 5-minute period of skeleton, by 1, 2, 3, 4. I have a play, I have a play, I have a play, I have a play. And then I circle 1, 2, and 3, and 2 repeat the first 3 plays. So I script 7 plays basically every 5 minutes. Only script 4. And the 2 just repeat the first 3. Now, I always mention at the 2, how can you make a mistake? You're just repeating the same plays the ones you just did earlier. Both the team and skeleton, that's what I do. time, and you want them running the same place if you want. So we do all that. Well, I do that, 1, 2, 3. For skeleton team, I'll script that. And for inside too, I script inside, I script everything. But we'll wind up getting about 10 to 11 plays in 5 minutes. So what happens is this will be, it's like a skeleton is 12, 13, 14, 15. That's period 12, period 13, period 14, period 15. When we go against the defense, I don't script the coverage. They play whatever they want. So that's the regular scouting against.
For a 20-minute scales, how many plays you say you script?
I'll script 1, 2, 3. I'll script 4 for the regular periods, and then I'll script an extra 4 because I'll get through all these in the first 15 minutes easy. So I'll script me 2 periods, script me an extra period for the end, and I usually have time after that to get 2 or 3 more, unscripted. So for a 4-period thing, I'll script a 5-period set. And I'll get through those pretty quick. That's against the defense. So that's unscripted coverage-wise. They'll do whatever they want. I just want fast on fast. All right, now, 10 minutes before then, I'll do a scout, 10 or 15. It's usually that's just our offense against the scout skeleton. It's like going against air. Hell, that's what things they don't know how to cover anybody. They just try to keep cover 3, cover 4, whatever. That's the scout skeleton.
Is that pass?
Yeah, so I'll pass. You're 7 on 7, but it's against the scout. So
Now, the other skeleton you're talking about, is that run versus defense, or is that run?
no, that's all pass. Skeleton is 7 on 7. Quarterbacks,
Same
wide
thing
outs,
as defense, right?
Yeah. Quarterbacks, running backs, wide outs, tight ends. And I'll script in that skelly. I might script 5 minutes of red zone skeleton inside the 20, or 5 minutes coming out on my 3-yard line or something, and give us some situational stuff, just like everybody does there. And now 1 through 9 is individual, right? But I'll take like period right here, 9, 8, 9, period 8, 9. I'll do Indy for the entire offense. If we don't have inside, like if it's a full pad day, like we'll have 3 periods of inside. 7, 8, 9 will be your inside, or you don't know what you call middle drill, just your head inside run. That's against the defense. So we'll go against the defense with that. I don't like to go against the scout. We'll go against the defense with that. And so out of that 7, 8, 9, half of that, 7.5 minutes, is their effort. So we'll run their plays, what they want that week. So they'll be looking at a card. If we have a play that the opponent runs, we'll run that. It's usually looking at a card. So they'll get our good people running it. Then the last 7.5 minutes of that is our emphasis offensively. And Herb or our defense will tell them what front to be in. So we really only get half of this inside period. So that leaves 1 through 6. Now, if that's the case, and this is normally the case on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and we're going to go against each other for that 15 minutes. So 1 through 6 will be individual. And when our individuals, I'll get period 1, I'll go with the tight ends. Period 2, I'll go with the running backs. Sometimes 2 and 3, and then 3 through 6 with the wide receivers. I'm talking about quarterback. Now, what Ron will do with the tight ends and the running backs, usually he'll take 2 periods, 5 and 6, or 3 periods, 4, 5, and 6, and go more inside run. Half line, all that kind of stuff, all of that individual period. Now, what we'll do is say this is the way it works right here, 79. Now, I'll do the first 10 minutes of team and Indy. We'll come down and we'll do 17 or 18 as Indy. And all I do with the Indies, I'll take one offense, put them out on about the 35-yard line. Herb will be out there, G.A. will be out there with the scout team. Front 7, not the secondary. Front 7 is get them in the front. And I'm gonna run 5 or 6 indy plays, score a touchdown, 2 go up, run 5 or 6 plays, score. And we'll do that 2 or 3 reps, and I'll move inside. I'll go to 21, take 3 plays, score, and all that. I'll try to get about at least 4 drives in. With each group on 16, 16, 7. Every play is going to be an indie tempo. We'll sub from the sidelines. I'll have the headsets on. We'll do the whole 9 yards. And then this will be regular team versus scout. And then in this script, I don't script this. It goes too fast. I just wing it to go through it. Now this is all scripted, but there'll be indie plays sprinkled into here as well. Our team against scouts is pretty high tempo. That's what our scout team got to get lined up. You got to hump it. You got to get going. So you got to have more than one coach helping with the scout team.
You ever go inside running against each other, and you gotta go pass several steps up against each other, that's about it, right?
That's it. Now, at Tulane, we didn't have as many bodies. The private school couldn't have any walk-ons. So this team period right here, not 16 and 17, but this team period right here was against each other, and it was self-serve. It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would be half defensive emphasis and half offensive. So the first 3.5 periods, we're running what they want. Running cards, whatever. If we're playing a 4-wide team or something, they'll let us run our plays. But we're doing whatever they want for 20 minutes or 15 and a half minutes. And then the last 15 and a half minutes, we tell them what we want. So we had less time. But I like to do we had good on good. We got to get about this much time. That's how basically a practice works. So we devote that 10 minutes. At some point in that practice, that 10 minutes is going to. Now, Ron gets a lot of his individual before practice. During this 15 minutes of special teams, and sometimes 15 minutes for that, because he's got a lot of individual. He'll get a lot of his individual done. Now, when we're going versus pass skeleton versus the defense, that's when he goes pass rush against them. Good on good. D lineman and L lineman, that's when he gets his 1-on-1 pass pro, 2-on-2 or 2-on-3 pass pro, and all that kind of stuff is when that's going on. And like tight ends, for instance, I'll use tight ends. If we had a 20-minute pass skeleton period, I'll tell the tight end coach, well, I'll use your guys the first 10 or 15 minutes. You take these last 10 and you go down with Ron. You should pass away.
They did when he quit lifting before practice and go individual. Then they put our offensive line. Let that practice them.
Yeah, so we lift, our lifting during the season, because they lift during the season, that's volunteer time. They come in before class, they come in at lunchtime, they come in before the meetings, they come in and get their strength coaches. They work, they got 45 minutes today. You got to come in before 2 o'clock, get it done, and all that. Now, 2 days, they bring them in after practice, like morning practice, so after the morning practice, a certain group has to come in and do the lift. They get more individual time. Yeah, everybody's always bitching for individual, just like all positions. They want more individual. So that's how we kind of break it down. We don't get as much individual one. Shoot, level, but I'd have out there. We didn't have no 4-hour time limit, and they wouldn't check on us. Now, what I will do is after practice, if there's a route or something that we've not thrown well during that day, we're not throwing the blow, we're not throwing the slant, not throwing the takeoff, whatever, then we'll take off and just work on that one route for 5 or 10 minutes. You hope the kids will stay on at their own stuff, but that's, I've had kids that have done that, and kids that haven't. I wish they more would stay on their own afterwards, but I don't harp on them as much to stay afterwards. I just kind of encourage them to what they do. But if they do have something, if they feel something bad during the practice, the skinny or something, then I'll make the White House quarterback stay for 5 minutes and get that time down. Now we do the circle of death is, don't you? What we do on Mondays. How we grade the loads. We have, we grade, when we grade there's 3 things we look for offensively when we grade them. One is a play grade, that they execute their assignment, their technique, and all that. The other is an effort grade, going full speed. And the third thing is if they're soft ass. I mean, if they're just turn something down, stop. Those are 3 criteria where they can get get graded on. So, yeah, softies. Well, we have I say after a game, remember on Monday after practice, we have the whole offense get together and they get in a big circle. All the guys are in a circle. And we count every guy that had a low on the team. They say my name is Woody Dancer. And he had 3 lows. 3 times he was lazy, loads on the field. All right, he'll come call him out in the middle of the circle. I say, my name is Woody Dancer. I let the team down 3 times. Everybody do 3 up down for him. Up, down, up, down, up, down. I ain't gonna run out. Now another guy come in there, my name is Jackie Robinson. I let the team down 5 times. Oh, shit, Jackie. Everybody goes to call him. That was it up in there. I had 2 fat twins called the cheeseburger twins. I had bacon cheeseburger, double cheeseburger. And them boys is just flat out lazy. And one of them had 20-some loaves, and one of them had 30 loaves, and they quit the next week. And man, this guy was, you did what? We had one last 2 weeks ago. I was pissed. I counted. I now not only made them do the loaf circle, I made them do for every missed assignment, and every time they were soft. They had cost. Those guys were having 10 and 12 apiece, and we wound up doing 370 of them. 45 minutes after practice. They were wore out. But that low circle, we call it the circle there, it gets some peer pressure. Guys will run to the ball, they won't stand around a pile, wideouts will go full speed off the ball, all that kind of stuff. So we call it the circle of death. If a guy comes out and he has none, they say, my name's Woody Jansen, I let the team down 0 times, everybody clap 1 time, and he gets out of the circle. So it's amazing as they get older, they kind of know, hey, they're going to watch that film and see who's local. I don't want to be called out.
Everybody go to the middle?
Everybody that played. Everybody that was in the scrimmage, everybody that was in the game, right, goes in the middle. We call everybody out. I only do it for scrimmages and games. I don't do it for practice. We grade practice, but we do grade. Now, we do grade every practice. We go team. We grade for circle, for lows, and MAs, and softs. And then after that practice, after the next day's practice, their individual coach gets it. Whatever he wants to do. You can do up, down, crawl up, you can do grassroots. But we grade it every day. Every team practice we have, we grade for lows, MAs, and softs. And then after the next practice, the individual coach will get it. Now, if it's a scrimmage or games, then I get them all for that. So, hey, I had one freshman. The freshman don't understand. I'm a big old freshman lineman. Yeah, I think he had 15. My name's Ray Walker. I said, you got 15? He said, hey, coach, you must have counted wrong. He said, oh, what did he say that? Yeah, you're right. You had 35. And that was it, 35 times. He kind of like to do that every day. That place where he's on the headset with me. When here's a formation, we help get him in. That's what it is. Now, when I'm on the headset, I don't run